guess I should be saying hello, like what Risu does. That would have been a better intro. Well, we're back. It's been a little bit. I needed like a few hours to decompress after last chapter because... Holy Christ. That was too much to digest. Even still, there's I didn't even, when I was going through it, near the end of that chapter, there was still things in there that I like just straight up missed, that I didn't even know was cut, that just frustrates me. I guess I'll try to go over it quickly enough, because I go on too many occasions. When I see just how the original seems, it just starts to kind of bug me over time. Let's go to the picture. Where's the music? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay, 5. 5, and then we'll put it back to normal. Yeah, let's go to the to this here, because there's a couple of things that it cuts out. I do want to address it because it does bug me. Some of it I'm going off the top of my head, so I know I'm probably not going to get every single possible thing, but this section in chapter 4 was so important just because part of it is a new like Kurisu section, essentially, in route to the true ending. So this stuff is important, and I think it does add more to her character that the reboot just kind of strips from, and it does get kind of frustrating. So we have it here. So to break it down, right from the start of the scene, we have Kurisu basically saying like she's turning into a class president. Just, it's a nice little line there. It's good. It's a nice way to start off. At this rate, she'll take over the lab. Again, just constant little lines like that help. I'm not going to go through every single possible thing, but the yeah, it's there's one section here. Yeah, like even this little personification of Kurisu starts fidgeting for some reason. Like every little bit of personification is just kind of gone, and it bugs me so much just because it just adds to the character, it adds to the scene, adds to this entire section, and how she apologizes, like it kind of builds up to it. Reboot just literally doesn't even try that. Let me move this over so I can maybe bring up my stream, so I'm not freaking screwing anything up here. I don't know, it just... Do I really want to do that? Probably not. But there is one section here, and she apologizes hitting with the book. It's all the same. Like that section's similar. Act out impulse. That's all the same. Make sure my ass is trying to apologize. That's all the same. I have an IQ 107. Alright, so if my friends are in danger, I'll rush to their aid. I tear my own. That's all the same. But I think it cut out her like laughing about it. How cheesy that sounded, what Okubi was like describing, which again is another, like, why cut that? It's cute. Like that's cute. You Okabe inadvertently made her laugh. That's adorable. Like, come on. There's gonna be things that's gonna cut in the game that's gonna bug me, but if you cut out Okabe and Kurisu interacting, now it's like personal. I get angry. I don't know. But it's cute. It's so cute that this entire section, and it's a shame it's just like so truncated. It's almost as if it's trying to pace itself like the anime, which is just ridiculous because this is a visual novel. You can literally take as much time as you want to develop these things. But this is the 20% of the game that was cut out, and it's unfortunate. She even says it like it's the most cheesiest line she's like ever heard, and it doesn't. I don't know, the way she talks about it it doesn't ever come across as cringy because right after this, right after she says that, she still says it's still nice to hear, regardless of that sounding corny to her. That was still nice to hear. It's fine. It's a fine line. Research Institute America is full of talented people from all over the world. It's not a friendly place. This is one of the lines that they cut out, which I remember when I was going back and looking at this, because I thought it felt similar enough. It does. I guess it does hit the bare bullet points, but you're missing out on the just the little details. Because this line here. Hold on.
面と向かって理不尽な暴言吐かれたりとか日常茶飯事なの。
This line here, let me get back to it.
理不尽な暴言吐かれたりとか日常茶飯事なの。
Yeah, this line here, just it's so it says so much of essentially how she basically can put up with Okabe's nonsense, whether he has an ego or attitude, whatever it may be, or however you want to put it. She even says, you think you have an ego. Over there are scientists that hurl insults at each other on a daily basis. Sometimes they even sabotage each other's work. So that kind of explains how she's able to put up with him, because she's been around people like this that are even worse. Like, it makes so much more sense. But when you remove that, it just doesn't hit exactly the same. But having this one line just adds, again, so much to her character, so much how she just is able to tolerate it. And how it makes even more sense why she's really like the only one that can push back with some of his stuff, or just in general. Because she's just used to it. And there was other people that are far worse, that are way more genuinely awful. So this is such a huge line that for it to be just scrapped for no reason, I don't know. Is it because they want to make Steins Gate Zero lab, like the lab in America, like that's in Steins Gate Zero, like not as bad? But you already described it as being kind of a hostile, terrible place, regardless, except for one person. So I don't really know why this is cut. Just I don't even know. It's just a shame that's lost. Even just the when her thesis was chosen to represent the lab, many of the older men got mad at her, and she kind of winks at it, like she almost takes a bit of joy in that fact. That's funny, like that part doesn't bother her, that she's like better than them. She doesn't. It's just, I don't know. It's so much personality that like even the older men complain. Like she's kind of like, haha, I'm happy. Like I got the one up on them. It's funny. It just adds a little bit more to her character and more personality. Just again, it's just the constant reminder of just the original just has more, and that's not even like a subjective fact. That is just the objective truth that is the case. Which honestly makes me want to play the original again just to experience it all, because all I'm getting with Reboot is new visuals. I mean, that's nice. The new designs are like hit and miss way too much. But I'm missing out on just characterization and just the description of stuff. It's just a lesser experience. It's definitely not the version you want to go into. But I don't know, I spent my money on it. So I gotta see what on earth they're doing to my metaphorical baby. I don't know. Then it comes back to, then I know in Reboot it comes back to this line. Like now it's she came back as a reversely Steins student. Nobody wanted to talk to her. Which already tells you, I mean, it's the same in Reboot, so there's nothing wrong there, because that's they kept that. This line's the same as well. Seems like everybody has their own problems. Really concerned about Imani-san, aren't you? That part of you I can respect. But I'm not praising you. She suddenly blushes for some reason. I just thought you should know. Again, that's kind of the big thing. Even with how Okabe delivers this line, shockingly, this is like one of the few times, maybe because I'm not comparing Okabe directly, but even how he says this is almost kind of interesting, of how he's almost kind of He delivers it so uniquely. I don't know how to explain it. Let me actually listen to it. Again, this is a dumb American comparing a voice that I can't even recognize, but I can feel the inflection in the performance a little more. Even like he pauses, even just the lead up to it. Because in Reboot, it just kind of says, "Oh, maybe I needed friends." Like the original, there's a bit of a dramatic pause to it of this, where he's about to open up or at least express himself, and even Creasy's kind of, goes like she's a little bit surprised, like what he's about to say, or he's about to say something. Like it leads into this moment a little more instead of just throwing it out there. Just a little bit of thematic. It's just a little more thematic, I guess is the word I'm trying to find. It just constantly does that. Every little scene I could probably compare and how it just, the original probably does it better. It's very rare the Reboot does something better, except for Creasy's line read about the time machine and that it can't be. That the Reboot actually really did that better. But it's very rare. So, I don't know. I just want to get this out of me because this is going to bug me because I didn't go over it enough. Because I was already streaming for damn near 7 hours by that point. And if I continued on, I would have been streaming for, would have been like another half hour, probably. So I want to get this out of my system first before I really get into Chapter 5. Because again, Okabe and Creasy sections are so precious to me. They're so good. I hate the fact that they trimmed some of this down. He just says a lot more silently. It's just a different delivery, but not as... that doesn't sound as bad as I was thinking it was for him. This is all the same. Yeah, it's all... That's all the same. Chris, you think of him as a friend too. Said I was important to you. That made me happy, I guess. Do you have a fever? That's all the same. Then Creasy gets mad.
何よ、せっかくあんたのこと見直してやってるのに。もういいわよ、バカ。
Wait, hold on.
本当、バカ。
That's just so much cuter. I don't know. I'm sure the Reboot probably did that fine, but just once again, just so much more personality constantly. So, I think that's the general gist of the scene. Those are the kind of the things I wanted to mention because that line about, she was saying if you think, Okabe has an ego, everybody at the lab was essentially saying like they're far worse than how he is. It's a great line, adds a lot, it explains a lot of how she's able to put up with him because she's just been around it. It's perfect. Such a good addition to it that now I appreciate so much more because now that that's gone, it's just unfortunate. So if you're enjoying Reboot by any capacity, you're missing out on 20% of the game where it's even better, which makes it more frustrating because this is all relatively fine, but then when you see the original, it's so much better. Wait until it just goes on sale and then buy it. That's probably how I would see it. Alright. So that's the only tangent I want to get on with Chapter 4, and then we can actually really begin with everything. So, yeah, I'm going to start this properly. So I started right at the beginning of Chapter 5, so it should just be right where I exactly left off. Hopefully. This chapter's not as long. Hopefully my tangents aren't going to be as long. I don't know. But we're going to see how it kind of goes. Have my drinks ready on standby, because I feel like I'm going to blow my throat out. Probably messed up the mic doing that. Wasn't very professional, was it? My face cam does work. I had to literally shut the thing off, turn it back on. I got Dr. Pepper, so that's what I'm wearing spiritually. I need my plushie. Alright, now I think we can begin the adventure. So hi. Yeah, I'm like one step away from having like a full-blown Creasy outfit, which honestly is not a bad option given that the outfit feels very unisex, and I could probably pull that off and it looks badass. So we got that going for us. So, I'm gonna show my face cam out because I don't really think I deserve to be on the screen with the game. I don't want to be in the way of the game. So, but that's what I'm rocking. It's fitting. It's Dr. Pepper, given the connection of that and the characters in the game consume it. So, I've been a simp for the game. Really, the anime for like for so long. I don't know. Then I played the visual novel a couple months ago, and I was like, holy shit, this is as good as the anime, if not better in some ways. The anime and the visual novel are so close. It's so hard for me to say which is better because it's so they're just both that good in different ways. Just sometimes the anime takes the material that's like the moments for the visual novel and then they make it better. So I like that. Ow! I just kicked my feet. I kicked my freaking feet. I was so excited. I'm a big hat person, so I got a Dr. Pepper hat. So I got the whole merch. Walmart had a good purchase for once. That's amazing. I was just walking around aimlessly at Walmart at 10 in the morning because what the hell's wrong with me? On probably one of those days, I was up for like 40 hours, so that was not good. But props to Walmart for having that. I never would imagine that. So that's what's going on here. I should probably take this off. I don't even know if my hair is like probably here. I really have no idea. But I don't know. I probably should just turn it off just to be safe. This is what sounds better. So I should do that. Praying that this won't be a long stream. I say that. It's probably still gonna be like a 5-hour stream or something, but I don't know. This will be like my entire night. All right, I think we're good. Got snacks on standby just in case. All right, and that was like 20 minutes of introduction. That's too long. All right, let's continue. Let's get right into chapter 5. This is a big monumental chapter, so I want to see how they're gonna do all this. And because this is a big one. That's why I titled it this way. Ain't clickbait. All right, here we go. Bring it on. I open my eyes to a deep scarlet sky. The sky is vast and the color ominous. I never seen it like this before. Where am I? Why am I here? I don't know. I'm thirsty. It hurts to breathe. This void is no place for a human. Who am I? I can barely recall. My soul is melting into the void. Is someone there? Anyone? Something moves in the corner of my eye. A pleasant voice silences the buzzing in my ears. I see a girl. She's sitting on a nearby rock.
ここはね、7000万年前の地球だよ。オカリンは陰謀に巻き込まれてタイムマシンでここに送られちゃったんだ。
Ooh, that line seems different. Maybe I'm imagining things, but that almost sounds like they're trying to reference Steins Gate Zero's like ending. I wonder. I don't know. It's an interesting line. Like the way it's phrased. Maybe I'm imagining it. This is a dream, right?
マユシーはね、たくさんの世界線のすべてのオカリンを探し続けてきたのです。ここにいるオカリンもたくさんいるオカリンのうちの一人って言えるし、オリジナルでもあるって言えるの。ここにいるマユシーもたくさんいるマユシーのうちの一人って言えるし、オリジナルでもあるって言えるの。でね、オカリンもマユシーもここで死んじゃうと思う。
Ooh, that's foreboding. This is a dream, right, Mayuri?
でも、きっと7000万年後の秋葉原にいるオカリンとマユシーまで意志は連続していくんだって思うな。だから大丈夫だよ。
これは 夢だ。
Ooh. Ooh, that was bizarre. I scramble up in a panic. I'm sitting on the lab couch. It was a dream. Ooh, a remix of the original. Okay. What a horrible nightmare. This nauseating paranoia is probably because of that freaky red jelly mail I got. Still, Mayuri had to save me? Even in a dream, that's unacceptable. Besides, Mayuri's not smart enough to talk about time travel like that. I see the real Mayushi sitting there, watching Orionet Access Battlers on DVD.
マユシーもウーパと友達になりたいな。
Look at her sitting there all spaced out. Mayuri needs protection. That dream was wrong. I chugged down a bottle of Doc P and then checked my phone. No new emails. I sent Tighter a mail several hours ago. It was about Susaha, of course, but he has yet to reply. Obviously, Daru and the others still don't know that I changed the past. Contrary to the memories I have, they all remember a cheerful party from last night. A party celebrating Susaha that simply never happened from my perspective. Wait, is that my phone ringing? Ugh. It's Ferris.
ほう、今日もだ。
にゃおーん、フェイリスだにゃ
お前か、秋葉ルミホ。
ん。にゃ、誰のことかにゃ。
I could have sworn her real name was Akiha Rumiho. Don't tell me, could the DML have changed that too? Oh god, imagine that.
フェイリスはフェイリスにゃ。それ以外の名前は持たないにゃ。
はいはい、そうですね。マナはフェイリスだよな。これは失礼。
Of course, she's just being her usual self.
それで
今日もは派手に動きすぎたにゃ。すでに包囲網が敷かれたにゃ。
はあ、
四天王が動き始めたにゃ。もう逃げられないにゃ。
そうか。だが四天王ごときで俺を止められると思うな。秋葉は血の海になるぞ。
四天王の後には裏四天王もいるにゃ。その後には白血衆がいるし、さらにブラックエンジェル12も控えてるにゃ。
そんなにいるのか。インフレしすぎだろう。
それだけ奴らは本気だってことにゃ。今日は残念だけどチェックメイトにゃ。
いや、まだだ。あれさえ手に入れれば形勢を逆転できる。 IBN5100 の情報は未だ手に入らないのか。
にゃー、ごめんにゃ。世界中の情報をかき集めてるけどまだ見つかってないにゃ。
急いでくれ。俺にはもう時間がない。
わかったにゃ。見つかった時はフェイリスから連絡するにゃ。今日もそれまで死なないでにゃ。
ああ、死ぬものか。夫妻
She hung up on him. She didn't let him finish. That's why I hate talking to Ferris. That's funny. This time around, my search for the IBAN 5100 is going poorly. Actually, I suppose I should consider myself lucky for having found one so easily the first time. I mean, the IBAN 5100 is practically an urban legend. There are people like Moeka who spend months searching with no success. Last time, it barely took me 3 days to reach Yanabrashi Shrine, almost as if something was guiding me there. It was fate. No, it was the choice of Steins to. That's why its loss is so painful.
さすが幻って言われる PC だよな。アットちゃん情報だけどさ、何年か前にコレクターがうん千万円出してまで手に入れたって話もあるらしいよ。IBN5100 やばい、マジやばい。
そこまでプレミアがつくとは。
Then people must know their secret. They're all after the data in CERN's mainframe.
僕的にはなんでそんな値段がつくのかマジで謎。もともと高かったっていうのもあるかもしれんけど、当時の値段で2万ドルぐらいしたらしいから。
$20,000, that is expensive.
それにしても手に入らなすぎな気はするお。確かにいいマシンだけど、それはあくまで当時としてはだし、そんな血眼になってまで手に入れる価値があるとは思えねえ。誰かが買い占めてたりして。
The harder something is to obtain, the stronger the desire for it becomes. That's how people are. And that's exactly how I feel now. It's not just about plunging the world into chaos anymore. We need the power to oppose CERN's evil ambitions. There's that ominous red jelly message I got too. We're way out of our league here. That's why we need a trump card to hold against them.
うお、なんじゃこりゃ。
どうした？
いや、こんなのありえないんですけど。
どういうことか説明しろ。
今、セルンのルート券ゲットしようといろいろ調べてて。なんか、やけにセルンのデータベースの情報が落ちてくんのが早いなと思ってたんだけど。
This might be a case of the tips actually being normal here. Like this is probably what it's supposed to be. Root access, administrative power over a system. With root access, one can perform just about any operation within a system's confines. It could be used to access all system files or change the passwords on other accounts. Okay. We're talking lightning speed here. Light speed here.
これすげえよ。なぜかこのビルからセルンまで直通の光回線が通ってる。しかも一本じゃなくてたくさん束になってるお。
Ooh, that's really weird.
直通とは？普通とは何が違う？
文字通り直通。こっからフランスにあるセルンまでマジで光ケーブルが直接つながってる。
普通の場合は違うのか？
全然違うっつうの。ほら見てみ。これはこの PC からフランスの国民会議のサイトを見るときの経路なわけ。この PC の IP アドレスが0番のとこな。で、その後、日本国内のいろんな箇所を経由してからフランスに飛んで、そっからさらに国民会議のサイトが置いてあるところまでフランス国内のコンピュータを経由してる。国民会議のサイトを見るためには16の経路が必要なわけ。平均転送速度は 300ms ぐらい。海外ならこんぐらいが普通。わかりやすく言うと、日本からフランスのサイトを見に行くための道は限られてるんだお。これはフランスだけじゃなくて他の国でも同じだし、日本国内だって10経路ぐらいは通るんだよ。
I skipped our speech there, but me and my dumb ass freaking finger. But yeah, other countries it's the same. Even browsing domestically takes about 10 seconds.
じゃあ次にセルンを見てみるお。
これは経路はたったの1。
しかも転送速度は普通の数百倍だ。むちゃくちゃ速い。こんな数字国内でも出ないよ。向こうはフランスなのに。
Compared to the also France-based National Assembly websites earlier, the difference was staggering.
なぜ直通なんだ？こんなことありえるのか？
クラックする前からこの状態だったのだぜ。僕は何もいじってないもん。
このビルには以前からセルンとのホットラインがあるわけか。偶然とは思えないな。これはシュタインズゲートの選択である可能性が。
普通だったら絶対にありえないよ。日本のデータ通信網とは完全に独立したケーブルが1本だけここからセルンまでつながってるなんて。そんなもんを日本やフランスの通信会社が設置するとは思えないし。となると
設置したのはセルン自身か。
Sir might be able to see everything we're doing. Ooh, that's even weirder. Oh, that's scary. That's That's suspicious. No, maybe. Maybe CERN has been expecting us for years. How could that be? The answer is simple. John Titor claims to come from the year 2036, a dystopian world that's been under CERN's rule for 2 years. Meaning that CERN completed their time machine by 2034. Meaning the CERN 2034 considers our opposition in 2010 a threat. Maybe they used their time machine to travel to 2000 and install a fiber optic cable to track our every move. It's entirely possible. Has the invention of the time machine started in temporal war? Oh God. If so, what can we do?
でもさ、この直通回路があるおかげで LHC をこの PC からでも使えるようになったお。
本当にやったのか？
わあ、すごいよダルくん。
これだけの転送速度だからさ、遠隔操作もタイムラグはほぼゼロだお。まだ実際に試してないけど。
That's right. Even if this is some kind of CERN trap, we might be able to make use of it. They're still vulnerable to our attack.
LHC ってあの20キロ以上ある大きなトンネルでしょ？
陽子を加速して衝突させる。
そうそう、ミニブラックホールを作れるんだよね。
公式発表じゃ、ミニブラックホールは陽子衝突の過程で副産物的に生まれる可能性があるだけって言ってたけど、実は違ったんだわな。
極秘の内部資料によれば、初めからブラックホールを作るために建設された装置だった。
But we still don't know exactly how they do it.
岡部、
Kurisu had been holed up behind a development curtain, but she silently pokes her head out. Suddenly, I can't talk.
どうした？
やっと解が出た。
Figured what out?
電話レンジの仕組みのことよ。
解明したのか？
あくまで私がわかる範囲で導き出した仮説だけど、今話してた LHC とも大きく関係する話。
LHC は世界一大きな電子レンジである。そういう例えを挙げたのはお前だ、クリスティーナ。
そう。その通りだった。予想は間違ってなかった。電話レンジはとんでもない化け物よ。
Ooh, a
こんな
monster.
雑居ビルの一室に置いといていいものじゃない。もちろんネガティブな意味で。
Yeah, good thing you clarified that because yeah, Okabe would be going nuclear that he created a monster, being happy about it. So, yeah, good call there. I pushed the IBM 5100 and our direct connection to CERN out of my mind in order to give Kurisu my undivided attention.
具体的に説明してもらおう。
Good, he's being normal. Good for him.
電子レンジってもともとはレーダーの研究の結果偶然生まれたことは知ってる？
Daru and I nod, Mayuri shakes her head.
発生する電磁波の周波数は 2.45GHz のマイクロ波。電話レンジに使われているのは業務用の強力なやつだから出力は1500から2000ワットくらいある。で、ここからが重要。
Kurisu goes on to explain that the electromagnetic waves output by the microwave are somehow connected to the electromagnetic waves output by the phone. In fact, you could say they fuse together.
確かにダルの設計図によれば電子レンジと携帯2つの機器に共通する電磁波を飛ばすためのリード線はマグネトロンの陰極と陽極にそれぞれ決線してある。
どっちも電波を使うことに関しては一致してる。それがどんな範囲でどんな強さで影響を及ぼすのかはちゃんと調べたわけじゃないし、私は専門家でもないから想像がつかないけど、仮に携帯電話を踏み台にして周囲何百キロっていう広範囲に影響を及ぼすような、そんな軍事用電磁波が撒き散らされたとするなら、秋葉原どころか東京が丸ごと電子レンジの中と同じ状態になる。中にいる人が死に至るまでの時間は体重差にもよるけど 平均しておよそ3分。
Ugh.
マジ？じゃあ電話レンジって大量破壊兵器ってことじゃね？
Is it really
あの
that
電話レン
powerful?
ジの中で起きてることを教えてあげましょうか。レンジ内の目に見えない水素に対し、電磁波のエネルギー順位が上昇する。これは通常の電子レンジの機能。そこに携帯電話の拡散型電磁波が加わることによって、レンジ内のあらゆる素粒子が衝突を繰り返すごとに質量を増していって、高速に近い円運動を始める。それはいわば加速器のようなもの。
加速器？
It's literally the same as the LHC.
じゃあ LHC がミニブラックホールを生成するためにやはりこの電話レンジカッコ仮もミニブラックホールを生み出している。
Kurisu doesn't deny it.
こんなに安定して動作してるのが奇跡よ。ただまだわからない点があって、ミニブラックホールが生成されたとしても、それは一瞬で蒸発してしまうはずなの。でもこの電話レンジはどうやらそうじゃない。 LHC と同じようにミニブラックホールはカーブラックホールに変化してる。
タイターの理論によればミニブラックホールにカーブラックホール効果を生み出すためには電子注入が必要だった。
その注入される電子がどこから来てるのか、それがわからないの。 LHC はリフターによってブラックホールに電子を注入して重力場をコントロールしてた。リフターに代替するものがこの電話レンジのどこかにある。
どこかって？
だからわからないのよ。
So I guess that's what it comes down to.
LHC とは何か復習してみる必要がありそうだな。
LHC はラージハドロンコライダーの略だを。
Who is messaging me? It's easy to pretend to not be. Hold on. What is part-timer say? It's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. Ultimately, however, there's no escaping the contradictions between your false self and the real you. It's a paradox, and paradoxes can't hold. I tried to tell myself that I didn't need anyone. That forming bonds would only hurt. But somehow I ended up joining your circle of friends. I still don't know if it was for the best. No, I'm sure it was. I would have given up on ever finding my dad. Ever since you helped me with that situation, I've been thinking about these things. Good God. I'm so sorry, Suzuha. False self? Please don't be replied normally. Are we sharing confessions now? Be careful with whom you expose your innermost feelings to. They may use them against you. Jesus. God.
ハドロン？
素粒子の名前。
で、こいつはフランスとスイスにまたがる形で作られた円形の巨大地下トンネルで、全長は約27キロ、地下100メートルの深さにある。トンネルの中には2本のリングが通ってて、リングの中は超低温の真空状態なんだお。つまり宇宙環境を再現してるわけ。マジ燃える陽子の加速は隣接する施設から線形加速器陽子シンクロトロンブースター SPS で段階的に加速されて、最後に LHC に注入され、敷き詰められた超電動磁石による最後の加速を行うんだ。最終的には高速の 99.9999991% にまで達するを。 LHC やばい。電話レンジほどじゃないけどな。でもって加速させた陽子を1秒間に10億から100億回くらい衝突させる。そこで起きる高エネルギー反応について観測するのが LHC 計画の目的って一応公表されてる。大嘘だったけど。
そこでラボ面諸君に聞きたい。我が電話レンジカッコ仮によってセルンを出し抜き 物理的タイムトラベルは可能かどうか。
問題は2点ある。局所場指定とリフター。
局所場指定については前も言った通りだ。 D メールはきちんと指定先に届いている。
現象もなしに結論を出すのは危険よ。
リフターの代わりを担っているものについてはすでにあることは分かっている。その何かを見つければいいだけの話だ。
見つけられるとは思えない。この小さな電子レンジの中を私たちはもう何日もかけて調べまくってるけど、ヒントさえ手に入らない。もし仮に見つけ出したとしても、注入する電子量の調整にはさらに膨大な時間がいる。
膨大ってどんぐらい？
セルンは9年をかけても解決できてない。
We're just amateurs, so it's bound to take even longer.
ならば発想を逆転させてみよう。セルンは人間を物理的にタイムトラベルさせようとしたが、注入電子量の調整がうまくいかず得意点を裸にできていない。それはこの電話レンジカッコ仮も同じことだ。ゼリーマンにならず無事に送れるデータ量は36バイトプラスアルファだけ。そこで逆に考えるんだ。一人の人間を丸ごとデータ化し、それを36バイトプラスアルファまで圧縮してしまえばいいと考えるんだ。そうすれば D メールと同じようにリング得意点を通過できるではないか。
人間を丸ごとデータ化ってそんなことできるわけないじゃん。もしできたとしてもそのデータ容量天文学的な数字になるんじゃね？それをどうやってたったの36バイトまで圧縮するん？バカなの？死ぬの？
いいアイデアだと思ったんだが。
I guess it's not that easy. The barriers to time travel are just too high. I suddenly notice a shift in Kirisu's expression.
そうか。それなら、もしかしたら。
Try to remember, so I think in the original, I might be wrong. I thought it was Kirisu that was the one that to figure out like the transfer memories into like bytes into memories and such. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm thinking of the anime. I don't know. Let's see where this goes though.
できるかもしれない。
Do what? Time travel?
本気で言っているのか？
少なくともデータ容量の超圧縮については簡単よ。LHC で作ったブラックホールを利用すればいい。ブラックホールは飲み込んだあらゆるものを超圧縮してしまうんだから。圧縮するものが単なるデータなら、人間みたいに潰されることで命が失われることもない。
人間のデータ化についてはどうするつもりだ？
サイエンス誌に私の論文が載ったのは知ってるわよね。
なぜいきなり自慢を始めるのだ？
その論文を読んだことは？
He hasn't.
あ、その後のサイエンス誌ならスキャンして撮ってあるお。
論文のタイトルは側頭葉に蓄積された記憶に関する神経パルス信号の解析。
側頭葉？神経パルス？
あれ、オカリン知らなかったん？
いや待て、からかうのはよせ。このタイトルは物理学というより
脳科学専攻ですけど何か？
いや待て、からかうのはよせ。このタイトルは物理学というより脳科学の分野では。
There we go. Yeah. That would make a whole lot of sense of all the. If I remember correctly, I don't know. In the original, she makes a lot more like brain-related statements before this point. I can't remember in reboot how many there was even. I couldn't remember. Yeah. Darn. Wait, she is. She spoke so casually and fluently about all those travel theories that I just assumed her major was in physics or something.
いや、それはまあいいとして、それとタイムトラベルとどんな関係が？
人間丸ごとのデータ化は無理でも、人間の 記憶丸ごとのデータ化なら可能っていうこと。
Converting memories to data. Kurisu begins to explain the basics of paper. Within a temporal lobe lays the peripheral. Oh my lord, I can't say that word. Big word. Where all of a human's memories are stored. But what exactly defines a memory in the first place? Kurisu's paper aimed to analyze this form a scientific standpoint. Wow, I can't talk for shit. Kurisu's paper aimed to analyze this form a scientific standpoint. I'm so stupid. Oh my lord. Brain activity is built on oh my god. Electrical signals and pulses running through the brain's neurons. With that in mind, it's reasonable to assert that memories are stitched into the hippocampus by these electrical pulses. Kurisu's paper makes a point to try and analyze which pulses correspond to which memories. According to her, the mechanism by which a person recalls their memories is similar to an association game. The trigger image that prompts recall is abstract and vague, and from that key image, the brain refines and reconstructs the details bit by bit.
タンスの引き出しの一つ一つには小さい箱がびっしり入ってるの。で、そのたくさんの箱の中にもさらに小さな小箱がいっぱい。そんな。
I can't cut her off.
で、そのたくさんの箱の中にもさらに小さな小箱がいっぱい。そんな風に想像してもらえばいい。
Okay, we're good. Surprisingly, there are only a few different kinds of search signals needed to retrieve memories. Among the billion of nerve impulse patterns, only a few thousand are tied directly to memory. Mapping all those patterns was one major accomplishment by Kurisu and her research team.
この研究単体だけじゃ、岡部の言ったアイデアとは全然関係なさそうだけど、もう一つあるの。私の通ってる大学、ビクトル・コンドリア大学の精神生理学研究所が何年か前に開発した技術がある。ビジュアルリビルディング。略して VR 技術って言うんだけど。
This ties into Steins Gate Zero with Amadeus, so I'm kind of curious if this line was in there originally or not. The VR stuff, I don't remember. I don't know if that's a specifically new line. I could be wrong again. I just want to, don't want to put myself to the gospel here. But that's really interesting because I don't remember that phrasing.
簡単に説明すると、ビデオカメラなんかの映像機器に映した風景の映像信号を神経パルス信号にコンバートする技術のこと。逆に神経パルスを普通の電気信号にコンバートすることもできる。で、この VR 技術と私たちの研究を組み合わせると、
まさか
人間の記憶のデータ化？
それだけじゃない。記憶の移植、バックアップ、外部保存、そういうことができるようになる。
It's like science fiction, in a sense. This technology could be used to copy a person's soul, in quotes.
つまりお前はこう言いたいのだな。 D メールと同じ要領で被験者の記憶を含む脳内情報を光信号として取り出し、それを LHC で発生させたミニブラックホールを利用して超圧縮36バイトプラスアルファのサイズにまでして、電話レンジカッコ仮で生成したカーブラックホールのリング特異点を通過させ、携帯電話を通して過去の被験者自身の脳に記憶だけをぶち込む。
どういうこと？
記憶だけの時間跳躍、物理的転送によるタイムトラベルと区別するために、仮にこっちはタイムリープと定義しましょうか。
The phrase time leap takes me right back to 100 line. I guess technically this I experienced this long before 100 line, but it's funny that 100 line uses the same concept of like time leaping. I don't know, my brain just thinks of that, but let's continue.
肉体を含めた物理的転送ではなく、記憶だけを過去へと跳躍させる。
You don't go back, just your memories.
あまりに突飛すぎて 誰もまともに考えようとしなかった方法。
A scientific blind spot. She's right, the idea is ridiculous, which is exactly why none of the geniuses at CERN could come up with it. To transfer memories to the past via cell phone to time loop.
ポイントは、転送するのは記憶だけってこと。人格や意識についてはこれに含まない。
どういうことだ？ SF 小説でよくあるタイムリープとは何か違うのか？
SF とかでよくあるタイムリープは意識、人格、記憶の全てが跳躍してる。でも意識や人格まで含めるとデータ量は膨大になるだろうし、そもそも私の研究室が解析できたのは記憶の部分だけだから、意識、人格と記憶は別と考えて。記憶はコンピュータでいうところの画像データや映像データと同じ。それに対して意識と人格はいわば OS ということになる。
容量ってことなら OS より画像や映像の方が大きい場合もあるじゃん。
あくまで例えよ。そもそも人格や意識って未だにどこにあるのか、どんな仕組みでそれが成立してるのかはっきりしないの。だからそれをデータ化して移植するのは少なくとも私には無理。
記憶だけの場合、どんなデメリットが予想される？
パーソナリティは記憶だけで形成されるわけじゃない。だから記憶を転送しても転送先の意識や人格に依存する。
Windows で言うと Vista の入ってる PC で作ったデータを95の入ってる PC にコピペするって感じか。
Windows. That's a... Oh my god. It's a reference. Most widely used operating system in the world. That's... Man, what a reference. Operating system Odyssey. Come on, get these out of the way. There we go.
最新の OS で作られたデータが旧式の OS でちゃんと動作するかはわからないわけ。何らかの不具合が出るかも。それに例えば小学生の頃の自分に今の記憶を転送した場合、記憶と肉体のギャップのせいで精神的な障害が起きるかもしれない。
いずれにせよ、過去の自分の体に転送することが前提条件だという認識で正しいか？
D メールと同じように携帯電話を介して行われる跳躍だから、正確に言うと過去の自分の体でなおかつ携帯を持ってる時点までしか跳躍できないと思う。
This is important. Strictly speaking, you can only leap to a point in the past where your past self exists and is holding a cell phone. There was an exception in Lucaco's case where we sent a D mail to a pager, but that doesn't apply to time loop.
それに飛ばされた先が同一人物じゃないと。例えれば電気信号がマッチングせずに弾かれてしまう恐れも。
そもそも他人の体に入っちゃったら大変だしね。まあ僕的には可愛いおにゃの子の中なら喜んで入るけど、うへへ。
Man, did it really need to give me a tip for what hot means slightly spelled differently? Hot, usually used for... Wow. Thank you, game. I didn't think I know what that would have meant if you spelled it slightly differently. Jesus. Is this guy capable of not preferred thought?
うへへじゃないわよバカ。弾かれるだけならいいけど、もしかすると深刻な人格障害まで起きる恐れがあるのよ。どんな結果になるかわからない。人類初の試みだから。
That makes us pioneers. I like it.
はっきりしてるのは、自分が生まれる以前へは絶対にいけないということ。それと、自分が2人同時に存在することはないっていうこと。だから、タイムパラドックスが発生する心配はない。自分が生まれる前に親を殺すことはできないの。
携帯がブラックホールとホワイトホールの代わり。
Seems like a strange coincidence that cell phones would be the medium of time travel, but at the same time, inevitable. These days, people wear their phones like a second skin. No other medium could reliably deliver the memories to their intended target. Crease's face just like had enough of this.
俺だ。すべての点が一本の線でつながった。ああ、計画はこれより最終段階に入る。無論オペレーションベルダンディのことだ。クリスティーナにはまんまと騙されたが、彼女のラボ面加入は我らにとってまさにシュタインズゲートの選択通りだったというわけだ。アンゼルナ、うまくやってみせるさ。今の俺たちは無敵だ。エル、プサイ、コングルー。今言った通りだ、クリスティーナよ。これよりオペレーションベルダンディを開始する。
Another Norse mythology reference. Second of three Norns, sister goddess of fate. In Norse mythology, three sisters tend to the world tree. Yep. Yep. Cool name. Well, see what she has to say. She does not look pleased at all with the tangent.
いや、少しはどういうことか説明しなさいよ。
お前の言うタイムリープ案を全面採用すると言っているのだ。ちなみにここまで俺をその気にさせておいて、脳内情報のデータ化はここではできませんなどとは言わせんぞ。
まあ秋葉原ならパーツも揃ってるからなんとかなるとは思うけど。
決まりだ。これよりお前を作戦主任に任命する。俺やダルをこき使って構わん。人類史上初のタイムリープマシンを完成させるぞ。
Yeah, my brain's this funny. My brain's thinking of this situation because I think in the anime it literally makes it more clear. Like, Daru gives Okabe like the notes to like do it, to like search for them, just because Kurisu's not gonna be able to know where to go for all of it. But it's like Okabe's the one to say like, yeah, Kurisu needs to go and do all this. I don't know, slightly different, but I'm sure this is all like the same placement of everything like in the original visual novel. So I don't know. My brain's just thinking of the anime more. I don't know why, but. Daru and Mario go home, leaving me with Kurisu.
一体何をやっているんだ？
考えてるのよ。タイムリープマシンのこと。作れそうなことは分かったけど、もし実際に使ったら何が起こるのか。
そうか。
I think I get it. She hasn't even started working on a machine, and she's already worried about what comes afterwards. That takes confidence, alright? Are all geniuses like this?
あまり悩むなよ。今は完成させることを優先するんだ。
偉そうに。ねえ、岡部。全く関係ない相談していい？
関係ない相談ではなく、関係ある相談をしてくれ。
この前言ってくれたでしょ？いつでも相談しろって。私って父親に嫌われてるのよね。
So that's what she wants to talk about. She will be unable to focus on developing the timely machine as long as those petty concerns distract her. In that case, it falls to me, the great Hoenn Kyoma, to solve her problem once and for all. Oh no.
この前の電話、相手は父親か？
Oh, cool. Okay, this is the same shot from the anime. That's... Alright, that's neat. Neat. Okay. I assume it was your father on the phone the other day. The mood was delicate.
まあね。いつからかな。父親に嫌われるようになったのって。私が渡米する前からあからさまに避けられるようになった。家族なのにね。
お前自身の父親への態度はどうだったんだ？
昔はお父さん子だった。 結構けなげだったのよ。父親は物理学者なんだけど、私は小難しい話を聞かされるのが大好きな子供だった。内容は全く理解できなかったけど、いつも父親に話をせがんでた。なんとか理解したくて、小さい頃から物理学の本を読みまくって。
Damn, I guess that's what makes her a genius. Yeah, at the age of 5 being that, figuring all that out, it's just... So I started studying physics. Must have... Yeah, that's... Damn. Or perhaps the yearning for her father's love was what gave birth to her genius.
おかげで学校の成績は算数だけはずば抜けてよかった。他の教科は見向きもしなかった。父親の書いた論文だって読んだのよ。小学生じゃ到底理解できなさそうなものでも自分で一生懸命調べて必死に解読してね。
That was her way of being close with him, was to do all that. That's where it all began. Yeah.
その論文について父親と議論できるレベルにまでなったのが小学生の高学年になってからかな。父親と物理学の話をきちんとできるのが嬉しくて楽しくて、そしていつも私が論破して終わってた。
それは嫌われる。間違いなく嫌われる。
A tragedy fitting for a girl genius. A physicist being one-upped by his grade school daughter. Sheesh.
やっぱりそう思う？
やっぱりどころの話ではない。
確かにあの人ってプライド高かった。
やっぱりどころの話ではない。確実にそれが原因だ。
He did have a lot of pride.
とにかくある時期を境にいきなり全然口を聞いてもらえなくなって、ついにはママとも険悪になって家に帰ってこなくなったの。父親が大好きだった私はそうなったのが自分のせいかもって責任を感じてかなりショックだった。一時期は登校拒否にまでなりかけて、それでママが海外留学を勧めてくれたってわけ。
So that's why she went to America.
お前は優秀すぎたというわけだ。それで今は父親のことをどう思っている？
わからない。
父親は日本にいるのだろう？一度でも会ったのか？
ううん、結局会えてない。この前の電話はその件、会いに行っていいか聞いたら来るなって怒鳴られた。
What a nasty old man. Okay, I agree. I agree. No wonder she was crying. Even for someone as strong-willed as Grisu, it must hurt to hear that from her father.
それに会っても何を話せばいいのか。嫌われてからも私の方から一生懸命話しかけたんだけど、いつも無視されて、それがすごく辛かった。その記憶があるからまた無視されるんじゃないかと思って何も言えなくなる。
Oh, my heart. She sounds traumatized. Oh, stop.
泣いているのか？
ちょっとじわっと来ただけよ。
お前は今でも父親と和解したいと思っている。
そうなのかな。
そう思っていないなら父親のことを俺に相談したりはしないし、会いたくないと言われて泣いたりもしないだろう。
確かに。
素直な気持ちを言えばいい。お父さんが大好きですとな。
私の性格的に無理だと思うわけだが。
True.
父親相手に何を可愛こぶっているのか。
ぶってないわよ。
いや、ぶっている。そんなことでは和解などできんぞ。ありのままをストレートにぶつけるしか解決策はない。 相手に伝わらなければ意味がないのだ。もしそれでも分かってもらえないなら、それは和解の目がないということになる。
Even after all that, he still won't understand you. Then it means there's no hope for reconciliation just yet.
その時は時間に解決してもらうしかないな。
Those two lines are really important. Yeah. In that case, all you can do is rely on time to heal the wounds.
時間って
And how long will that
ど
take?
れぐらい？
そんなものは俺に分かるわけがない。お前と一つしか年は変わらないのだから。お前がアメリカに行ったのは何年前のことだ
7年前。
7年経っても変わらなかったのなら、その倍以上の時間が必要かもしれんな。
Oh, twice as much time. Oh, God.
そうよね。
Did my advice backfire? It looks like she's even more depressed now. Well, yeah, just I thought it'll take 14 years to get over it. Yeah, that would bum me out. Oh. I don't want to see Caruso like this. It's pathetic. Oh.
それでいつ会いに行くんだ？
え？
夏休み中なのは確定として、行くときはあらかじめ早めに声をかけてくれ。
何言ってんの？
俺にも予定がある。急に言われたら合わせられないかもしれないからな。
いや、もしかして一緒に来るつもり？
いかにも。お前は俺の助手だ。助手の悩みは俺の悩みに等しい。お前が最高の精神状態で働いてくれるために、俺はいかなる努力もするつもりだ。
Did I say something wrong?
何それ？冗談もほどほどに。
俺はどこまでも本気だ。
Oh.
日本国内ならばどこへでもついて行ってやる。
If it's with Japan, at least I'll go anywhere with you.
国外だとパスポートを持っていないし、金もないから難しいがな。
岡部。
父親と二人きりだと何を話していいかわからないのだろ
うん。
だから俺も一緒にいてやれば問題ない。この不王隠居魔が空気を読んだ見事な話題を提供してやる。
Yeah, this is when like being Kyoma actually is like a source of like confidence or oh, it's a good way to use it here.
なぜ笑う？
だってあんたが空気を読めた試しないじゃない。
あ。
By Jove, she's right. A mad scientist does not care about things like tact and decorum. He dominates the room with his sheer presence. Perhaps a softer touch is called for here.
でもありがとう。そこまで言ってくれるなんて思ってもなかった。嬉しいとかそういうんじゃないけど本当あんたってたまにいいやつになるから困るよな。
Oh. Confusing.
ねえ岡部、今言ってくれたこと本気にしていいんだよね？
当たり前だ。
じゃあ電話レンジの改良が終わったら一緒についてきて。
任せるがいい。で、父親は今どこに？
青森。
青森？
父親は今そこに住んでる。
That's way up the north end of the island, like 700 kilometers or something. I wasn't expecting to have to go that far.
何よ、やっぱりやめたとか言うなよ。もう決定だからな。無理やりでも連れて行くからな。
have to look at the original, because I think the original Okabe specifically says he'll go anywhere in the world for her or something. I need to double check that, because that's a fucking hell of a statement, even before he knows that. So I want to double check that. I want to wait for the scene to end, though. Even still, I really like it.
望むところだ。
If promising to go to Armory will increase to concentrate on a timely machine, there's a small price to pay, a small price indeed. Oh, that was a good scene. That was still a good scene. Next day. All right, now let's compare that to the original. I want to see how that was worded in the original, because I swear I vividly remember he said he would go anywhere in the world. He didn't just say like anywhere within Japan. Because that statement in the original, him saying that going anywhere in the world, is a huge difference from anywhere in the world to just anywhere in Japan. But I could be wrong. I might be misremembering it. So I want to just double check that statement. That's still a really good scene. It's still... That's actually when he's using Ho and Kyoman like a little more in a positive light of like, as a source of like, I'll be there with you and use this type of bravado to help. It's a great usage of it. It's just... Yeah, Okabe just did a good job there. I'm just proud of him. It was just normal, relatively speaking. Yeah, I didn't even realize too. There's like more CGs here because they show this, which is interesting, and also like the fiber optic like code and all this other stuff here, which is weird they don't include that because I don't know why that wouldn't be much of a problem, but yeah, I didn't even notice that. But the Krisu scene, especially just in that location, that is strictly from the anime in particular, which is really good. There's a lot more. This is weird. All the Krisu stuff, but like the neuroscientist stuff, neuroscience and shit. Like we get a shot of her like newspaper here, like more detail. We also get like this visual here. Why? Like this is like the weirdest thing now that I think about it. Like this section has more going for it visually in terms of just imagery than Reboot. Usually it's kind of the opposite. That's like one of the few strengths to Reboot, is just the more visuals, but this is actually giving me more CGs at this current moment. It's interesting to point out, though. I never even would have thought of that. But this conversation with her and Okabe is in a completely different... It's in the room, so it's going to be harder for me to spot it. But I really, really want to see if Okabe specifically says... Hold on, are we missing like a whole... I think we're missing like a whole chunk of a scene here. Hold on a minute. I could be wrong. I'm going to double check this, because there's a whole scene with Okabe and Mayuri going for like the parts. Did they like skip over all of that? Or maybe not. Maybe it happens a little bit later. But that's like a sizable chunk. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be happening literally right here. Oh my god, I'm looking at the regular Chapter 5 playthrough. I'm missing a freaking section. Okay, that's my fault. God damn it, I went to the wrong one. That would explain why I'm, like, confused. I'm missing a whole scene. Yeah, because that section... Okay, I think we're gonna get it here. Fish... Krisu groans, flops down the desk. Strange to see her like this. She's usually so cool and collected. Again, even with that moment, there's still little lines of dialogue that are still being like. I'm just finding it just through just trying to find the scene here. Like Krisu groans and flops on the desk. Like more characterization. Strange to see her like this. She's usually so cool and collected. Yeah, just more stuff like that. And then she says, "Can you talk about it?" Yeah, it all helps. It all helps to communicate. Like even the lead up before she asked that question. Be kind of curious in the original. If there was any lead up to it and how far it goes. So I'm kind of curious. Yeah, there's a lot of conversation here. how does it start? Because I feel like we're missing like a little bit of that lead into it. Yeah, we're missing that section. This little line of dialogue here. Because she says, can I talk to you about something? Completely unrelated. So, before that point... It's ready to see her like this. Kurisu groans. Like, we're missing this section. Let me just double check here. I could be wrong. You're too pompous. Yeah, we're missing... Once again, just another little characterization thing. Kurisu groans and flops on desk. It's strange to see her like this. Usually don't collect it. Is there anything before then? Yeah, there's the line of you're too pompous. Yeah, you're so so we go from you're so pompous to hate Okabe, but in between that, we get the it's strange to see her like this. So usually so calm and collected. Maybe this is an act, and this is who she really is. Yeah, we're missing just a couple of lines there. Again, I don't know why those are cut. Why did they feel the need to just remove that? Because it just helps. It just helps. Like just how she was just leading into that. I don't know. Just so many random little things like that are just annoying. But I want to see the point where I'm going back to. Rather talk about something related. It's my father. Sidely. Yeah, it goes into, I don't remember that, and then she says, I think father hate me, but in between that, I think my father hates me, we get this, a conundrum. This isn't like before, when she was merely an advisor. Timely project depends on Kurisu's success. It's clear, however, she'll be unable to focus. Maybe it's not, she'll be unable to focus. Yeah, just like another random line that's like kind of cut. Because this is similar, this is the exact same, it's just we're missing an extra line. It's just weird, I don't know, like... in that case, it'd be for the Great Ho and Kyoma, solve the problem. Okay. Speak. You're missing another line here. Very well, speak. And she says, she's so pompous. That's okay. As soon as your father gone. Moves delicate. Again, I would need like another hour to like really break it down. But I don't remember the last time get a kind word from me. That's the same. Even we're living together before, America, he acted like I wasn't there. That's all the same. Okay, so far it's been on pace. That was Daddy's little girl growing up, okay. She smiles, but when again, we have another line of like, she smiles, but in the smile I see a hint of mockery, okay. Of self-mockery, okay. I want to see if Okabe says like he'll go anywhere in the world or something, because I vividly remember, I feel like I remember that so vividly in the visual novel, because it was such a line.
私の性格的に無理だと思うわけだが。ないわよ。
和解など解決策はない。もう分かってもらえなる。
Yeah, this is all the same, it looks like.
時間ってどれくらい？
と一つしか年は年前のことだ。
Still the same.
7年経っても変わ。
7年前。
その倍以上の時間が必要かもしれんな。
It will take twice as much time.
さあ。
Kurisu sighs happily and rests her chin in her hand. Let's see. My brain for sleep.
いつ会いに行くんだ?
I don't want to see Kurisu like this anymore. Okay. Yeah, part of it, it's the same. There's not as much cut. That's what I'm thinking. But
いつ会いに行くんだ?
When are you gonna go see him? Huh? Kurisu opens her eyes wide in confusion. This line too, again, this is the same from the original, but this really heavily suggests like there is like some kind of divorce, or they're just, the parents aren't together. That's a saddening thought, really, just about that. I know it doesn't really like bluntly say divorce, but like it's like a implication feels strong enough that like the dad just stopped coming home. It's like, I think that it's kind of like maybe one of those like they're not together and they're not like officially divorced, but they're not living together type of thing. The subtext there is strong enough to suggest that. Take out my phone and bring up the calendar. Okay.
夏休み中なのは確定として、
Assume it will be during the summer.
行くときはあらかじめ早めに声をかけてくれ。
Ahead of time. Okay, this is all the same. What are you talking about? Let's see. I might have plans. I'll need to shift my schedule around. Hold on a second. Don't tell me you're planning on coming along. Let's see, okay, this might be it. Of course I do. You are my assistant. And I will do whatever it takes to ensure that you are in peak mental condition. It's a good line. Yeah, I really want to see if that like one particular line is there. Risu looks dumbfounded. Another. Did I see something wrong? Okay, you've had your fun. I'm in no mood for. Yeah, that's another interesting line. Yeah, she's like, okay, you've had your fun. I'm in no. She's still thinking like he's joking, like he's not being serious. I like that line. I think that hits a little better.
俺はどこまでも本気だ。
Being completely serious. She's shocked by
日本国内ならばどこへでもついて行ってやる。
anywhere you want, anywhere in Japan. Okay.
国外だとパスポートを持っていない
Yeah,
し。
yeah, anywhere in the world. Yeah, that line, that's so much better. That adds to like, okay, we'll do anything for her. That's why it hits so fucking hard. That's why I was thinking like that was a little bit off, because he just says anywhere in Japan. I go anywhere in the world.
金もないから難
I don't
しい
have
か
a
な。
passport.
岡部
That hits so much harder. Like even if he doesn't have a passport and stuff, like he still will go anywhere in the world. That is a hell of a statement. That is so much more than just I'll just go anywhere in Japan. Like it hits fine, but if you don't know what the original did or how the original did that, like it's such a shame. Like even that moment, yeah, let's see what I want to make absolutely sure I'm not mishearing it. Nothing changes. Like it's that one line again, so massive. That's why I love the two so fucking much. And just that line of like what he, because this moment pushes them together so much because of what he said there, and it needs that. It needs to fucking hit. What are you talking about? I have plans. I'll shit. Wait, you're not seriously planning on coming with her, but of course you're my assistant. Your woes are my woes. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure you can work in the best message possible. Rizu pauses. What's with you? Surely you're joking. I'm being completely serious. If it's within Japan at least, I'll go anywhere with you. Going aboard might be a bit of a pickle. I'm flat broke and I don't have a passport. Yeah, we're missing the I go anywhere in the world. I don't know if that's like a translation issue. I don't know what the science is between the changes, but to me, as a hopeless romantic simp, just him saying he'd go anywhere in the world for her, not just Japan, the world for her. It did like he doesn't even know where her dad is even at currently. And he still said that, which hits unspeakably harder than just anywhere within Japan. And then he acts like, going... even if this line is supposed to suggest anywhere in the world, nothing hits harder in this moment, in such a serious moment, than just flat out saying, I'm going to do any... That's just anywhere in the world for you. Is so much more of a word, a statement, I guess, is the word I'm trying to find. I don't know. That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking. Something was a little bit off, or something was missing, because that line, I remember that made me cry, because that was such a great thing, because he didn't even know where, you know, her dad was, and he still said that, like, to him it didn't matter. It didn't matter because really, I mean, obviously he was a little bit surprised when he realized where exactly it is, but the fact he still said this before that, and regardless, and he's still gonna go. This is what pushes them together so much. This is one of those, like, big scenes, and the fact that he doesn't say, like, anywhere in the world, and it's kind of that line's removed. It just fucking takes some of that away, and it sucks because that's such a fucking moment. I'm sorry, I'm getting. Oh. I love that interaction. It's still good. It still got me emotional, but removing that "I go anywhere in the world." I guess that still translates because he says "I'll go anywhere with you." I guess it literally is still the same. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Just hearing that particular phrase just hits a little more. And maybe this still hits just as fine because he says he'll still go anywhere. But I guess to me, the wording of "anywhere in the world" just is a little more visually, or I guess auditorily better. I don't know. I just like that phrasing better. I don't know. That's something about that really made me just happy to hear that. But regardless, it's still I'm nitpicking the fuck out of it, but yeah, it just helped add to it. Like, if that, I don't know if that, maybe this is a more accurate translation. The original's like off. I don't know, but that more or less hits just about the same feel. Just that one little line is gonna bug me because I really latched onto that sentiment so much. I don't know. I'm sorry. The next day... Oh, it's already the next day. Next day, Mayuri and I go shopping for the parts in the late afternoon. If we want to modify the phone wave into a time link machine that can do more than just send messages, we'll need proper materials. And naturally, the cost falls to me. Kurisu and Daro have already started working on the upgrade, or have already started working on the upgrade. Encoding nerve impulses in the temporal loop. Apparently, the conversion of memories into digital data requires software developed at Kurisu's Lab America. She can download that software from their dedicated server. I don't think I remember anything in the original about her going to the... using anything from the lab in America. Maybe there is. I don't really remember. I can double check here because this section. Actually, I'm paying for everything in my own pocket. Apparently, the conversion of memories is. Oh yeah, it's the same line. Developed at Kurisu's Lab in America. Okay, it's the same. It's the same exact one. Okay, I'll eat my words there. Because I feel like anytime I see like the lab in America, I'm thinking Steins Gate 0. My brain flashes at that. It's like, oh, that might be. No, it's in. Okay, yeah. I'll eat. See, I'll admit it. I'll eat my words. Maybe I'm too like eager to note differences, but that one was no point. She could download that software from their dedicated server. But that's not the only thing we need. According to Kurisu, we need to build headgear that can detect and read the brain's nerve impulses. That's what we're getting parts for right now. Incidentally, I have to pay extra close attention to make sure Mayuri doesn't wander off while we're shopping.
頼むから俺についてこい。この迷宮ではぐれたら、おそらくお前は自力では外に出られないぞ。
わかった。気をつけるね。
She gives me her word, but it means very little. She keeps losing track of time, forcing me to scour the shops for her. After repeating the song dance multiple times, we finally gather all the parts we need.
でね、オカリン、タイムリープとタイムトラベルってどう違うの？
Oh, sorry, Mayuri. I think that's probably Kurisu's messaging me. Yep. Going from Tokyo to Amori by bullet train is over 15,000 yen per person, but the overnight bus is only 5,000 yen. Which do you prefer? I want to cover the traveling expenses. But I don't have that much on hand. I'm staying at a hotel, but I'm not a celeb. Mama's pretty strict on money, not to mention she'd kill me if she knew I was going to see my father. Alright. Same email. Same stuff. Traveling expenses is what you have to reply to get another step closer to the true ending. So traveling expenses, sorry. Reply to that. I think that's the only one I probably could reply to. What is this nonsense? Don't forget your duty as a lab gun. Oh god, okay. Alright.
タイムトラベルは体ごと時間を飛び越えること。タイムリープは記憶だけが時間を飛び越えることと覚えればいい。
Just memories, no personality or consciousness included. Now that I think of it, Kurisu did mention that there was no way to be sure what might happen to your consciousness.
そっか。じゃあ D メールとタイムリープだとできることってどう違うのかな？
D メールは過去へ指示できるだけだった。過去は変わるかもしれないし、変わらないかもしれない。それは受け取った人間次第であり、成功率は未知数だった。それに過去が変わった場合、変える前の記憶は失われる。世界線が再構成されるからだ。
I am the exception thanks to reading Steins.
それに対してタイムリープだと、例えば1週間前のお前の頭の中に今のお前の記憶が丸々流れ込んでくることになる。
We won't know for sure it works until the machine is built.
例えば作りかけのコスを持って1週間前へ行ける？コミマまでの時間を1週間分稼げてマユシー大勝利みたいなこと。
タイムトラベルならば可能だろうが、タイムリープでは無理だ。2日前に受けたテストの答えを知っている状態でテストの前へ戻ることはできる。だが回答済みの答案用紙を持って2日前へは戻れない。
じゃあマユシーの意識は1週間前のマユシーの中に入っちゃうってこと？
そういうことだ。
物は持っていけないけど記憶は持っていけるんだね。そっか。
I'm gonna save just in case this is like a new email. It says no reply necessary, so I want to remember that in case it somehow messes up and I don't get the message or something. I can go back to this and fix it, because I don't know how the game's gonna approach this, if it's exactly like the guide or it's slightly different. So I'm a little worried about that. Okay, I can't reply. Alright. What do you mean nonsense? Die? What the hell? Damn. That's savage. Die. Like, telling him to die. It's like fucking brutal. What the hell? Alright. I guess Okabe is just like gonna leave that on red. I guess that's the in-universe explanation.
でもそしたら1週間前のマユシーの中にあったマユシーの記憶はどこに行っちゃうのかな？
上書きされるのではないか？
We haven't tested it yet, no. There's no way to be sure.
消えちゃうってこと？
消えたとしても1週間前のお前の記憶と今のお前の記憶は連続している。記憶が上書きされたとしても1週間前までのお前の記憶には何も変化はない。未来の1週間分の記憶が追加されるという言い方をした方が良さそうだ。
じゃあね1週間前のマユシーに記憶を飛ばしたら今のマユ シーの体はどうなっちゃうんだろう。
Mayuri's asking some pretty philosophical questions today.
マユシーが1週間前に記憶をビューンって飛ばしても、オカリンはここにいるんだよね。オカリンから見ると、意識が飛んでったマユシーはどうなっちゃってるのかな。
抜け殻になっている。いや待て、そうじゃない。そういうことじゃないはずだ。助手がやろうとしているのは記憶をデータ化して保存する、つまりバックアップでしかない。記憶を全て脳から抜き去ってそれをデータ化するわけではないのだ。
Hold on. Nothing inside the brain is lost. You don't become an empty shell. Besides, neither the personality nor consciousness is transferred. Okay, here's a lore confusion that I'm thinking of. This is the 11th. Knowing that Kurisu should finish this at like what 2 p.m. in the original. Why is it like nighttime here? Wouldn't this be kind of taking place in the morning, perhaps? I feel like this nighttime thing is kind of throwing me off here in terms of the placement of when she's gonna finish this. Is this like a setting inconsistency, a lighting inconsistency? Something in my brain's thinking this shouldn't be the right time, or this is supposed to be. I'm really lost on why it looks like nighttime here on the 11th. Unless they're gonna change the dates around on when she actually does complete it, and it's on the 12th instead of the 11th. I don't know. My brain realized something was off here. I guess we're gonna see how this kind of progresses. I don't know.
だから抜け殻になったり意識が飛んだりすることはないはず。
No, wait. There's another issue here.
というか1週間前に戻ってまたその1週間を経験してきたマユリがここにいることになるのではないか。
Not that anybody, including me, would be able to tell the difference.
じゃあタイムリープする前の最初の1週間を過ごしたマユシーはタイムリープしてその1週間を繰り返したマユシーに消されちゃうの？
This is getting complicated.
そうだ、消える。もう一度やり直すと言うべきだな。そっくりそのままトレースすることもできるし、全く別の行動を取ることもできる。それと消えた最初の1週間の記憶自体はマユリは持ち続けていることになる。
じゃあね。もしも1週間前に戻ったマユシーが1週間後の今日ラボには来なくて学校のお友達と池袋で遊ぶことにしたらどうなるのかな。今はマユシーはこうしてオカリンとお話ししてるけど、
過去が変わり今も変わることになるだろう。こうしてここで俺とお前が話している事実は消滅するはずだ。
それをオカリンは気づかないんだよね。
ああ、そうだ。
だとしたらね、なんだか寂しいね。
俺が？
マユシーが。
Ooh, that's. Yeah. I don't get what you mean.
だからクリスちゃんは過去を変えたくないって言ってたのかも。
She's shockingly way more perceptive of stuff, or she's smarter than what you would think. I don't understand. Mary is a really great character too. I just don't harp on her enough. This is such a good scene. It's.
ねえ、タイムリープは未来には飛べないのかな。
飛べるかもしれないが、飛んだところで意味はない。
Kurisu and I reached that conclusion yesterday. The memories you send overwrite the memories at your destination. If you sent your memories 1 week into the future, then the future you would lose 1 week of memories. I need to say that again because I'm like screwing that all up. If you set your memories 1 week into the future, then the future you would lose 1 week of memories. Okay. This is like taking me back to freaking like English class in school, where it's like I have to read the freaking sentence the second time to really get it, because maybe I don't get it the first time. Oh my god. Jesus.
俺たちがやろうとしているタイムリープは過去に送ってこそ進化を発揮するのだ。それに過去より未来の方が届かない可能性は高い。過去については思い出すことができるが、未来については予測がつかないからな。例えばマユリは未来永劫にわたって同じ電話番号の携帯を持ち続けていると思うか？
わかんないよ。へへへ。
つまりそういうことだ。それにかつてポケベルが携帯の出現で廃れてしまったように、携帯に代わる新たなパーソナル端末が爆発的に流行してしまうかもしれない。
For Carisu's proposed phone-based time leap to work, we need a few things. One being to identify the cause of the discharge phenomenon. But we also need to make sure the target U has a phone with a number they also know. As long as that condition is met, there should never be a problem with setting the destination. The real problem is figuring out what. Oh my god. Oh my god, that might be the first typo in the game that I came across. The real problem is figuring out what it is. Maybe it's figuring out what it is inside the phone wave that's acting as the lifter. Yeah, that might be the first time I've seen a typo or a repeating word of some kind. I'm shocked. Maybe there's more I didn't pick up on, but that's the first. Without identifying it, we can't trigger our experiments at our own discretion. In other words, our phone wave name subject to change would never become a true time leap machine. On the other hand, if we can't figure it out, we'll have an endless source of electrons that, unlike CERN's, needs no tuning. Yeah, the lifter's a big thing here. The phone wave is evolving by the day. Our invention of the time leap machine will put us light years ahead of CERN. Our time travel will finally become a reality. I can't wait to try it out. He can't wait to try it out? Interesting. My soul yearns for the taste of chaos. Oh yeah, sure. It's already been a week since I sent the first email. The ominous jelly message aside, there's no sign of us being taken away by any Men in Black. It's funny he mentions the Men in Black here, but he mentions that right when the jelly photo came up earlier. So it's interesting to see it here. Maybe this is like the second time it happens in the original game. I don't know, but the Men in Black, I remember that vividly, so interesting. Interesting to see it here. According to Daru, CERN hasn't discovered our hacking either. That the fiber optic thing connecting them to CERN is weird. Next problem is what will happen when we use the time leap machine. In order to compress a human's entire wealth of memory into the requisite 36 bytes, we have to borrow the LHC's black hole. I'm curious if we're going to get that Caricio, like, I think that's probably when she completes it, we'll get that full on. Yeah, it's weird. I'm thinking of, like, what CGs are they going to cut now? Because there was 2 of them that they could have shown, they didn't. But I'm getting ahead of myself. There's a high probability that CERN will catch onto us if we trigger the unauthorized activation of the LHC. So how do we keep them from finding us? We need a plan.
そっか。じゃあ、マユシーが小学生の頃へも飛べないんだね。その頃は携帯持ってないもん。
お前は小学生の頃へ戻りたいのか？気持ちはわかる。今の知識を持って小学生からやり直せば、学校の成績はおそらく学年トップになれるだろう。人間関係もずっとうまくこなせるだろうな。
うん。それにね、おばあちゃんにも会えるかもって思ったんだ。
あ、そうか。残念だったな。
if this was like this in the original too with the mention of her grandma, because I feel like that happens later, but I might be completely wrong. Mayuri's grandmother passed away when Mayuri was in elementary school.
残念は残念だけどね。どうしても会いたかったわけじゃないよ。おばあちゃんの言葉とかね、笑顔とか、マユシーの頭を撫でてくれたシワシワの手とかね。マユシーは今でもちゃんと覚えてるもん。だからね、わざわざ会わなくても平気なの。それよりもね、その頃のオカリンにもう一度会ってみたいなって思って。へへへ。
Oh, that's cute.
あの当時からこの俺はマッドサイエンティストとして完成されていた。周囲のガキンチョどもとは一線を画した人間だったのだ。そんなイフのオーラを放つ天才小学生にして未来のマッドサイエンティスト不王院教魔に会いたい。そんなお前の気持ちよくわかるぞ。
会いたいのは法王院なんとかじゃなくてオカリンだよ。
I win, always have and always will be. Oh. Sorry for getting mad. That's a cute. That's adorable. But Okabe, did you really have to say it like that? All right. Oh, I like that she apologized. 7 minutes later, then she messages me back. Oh, that's. Oh. Props to her for apologizing. But Okabe, it's cute. It's cute. It's adorable. All right.
だがやめておけ。精神年齢において当時から全く成長していないお前では仮に今小学生に戻ったところで何も変わらんからな。
そんなことないよ。マユシーもちゃんと成長してるもん。
食べる量が増えたぐらいだろ。
そんなことないのです。マユシーはちゃんと大人の階段を登ろうとしているのです。それよりもね、オカリンの方が当時から止まったままだと思うな。
It's a good line. Again, Mayuri being way more perceptive than you would have ever imagined. She's actually kind of true. She kind of has a point in some ways.
だから何度も言っているだろうが、この俺は当時の時点ですでに完成されていたのだとな。そういえばマユリよ、お前最近バイトをしていないんじゃないか？
バイト？ルモアンヌのこと？
Lemony, right. With all that Moe stores now gone from Akiba, May Queen is gone too.
あのね、コミマ前だからお休みもらってるんだよ。頑張ってコスを作らなくちゃ。
今年は一体何着作っている
？3着。楓ちゃんとふぶきちゃんの分でもってルカちゃんの分。
I wonder if Luko is still refusing to wear it. Or maybe now that she's not a guy, she's more open to it.
あ、萌香さんだ。
何？
I look over and see Moeka. She's giving off an otherworldly aura, one that makes her hard to approach. But honestly, she's not very good to talk. She's not very good to talk to even on a good day. That shining finger is hard to handle. On the other hand, she is a lab dev. I can't just ignore her.
そこの指圧しよう。随分と浮かない顔をしているではないか。
てってるー。萌香さん、ここで何してるの？
おーい、聞いているか？悩みがあるならこの不王院教魔が華麗に解決してやろう。もっともその場合は秋葉が血の海となることも覚悟してもらうがな。
Moeka reacts far too aggressively to my words. She marches forward to close the gap between us.
なんだ、どうした？
She doesn't speak. That hasn't changed. Guess I should be ready for a mail. What
どう
happened
なっ
to the
た
time machine?
とはどういう意味だ？まだ完全には解明できていない。今は改良中だ。
Are you still using it? Did you destroy it? Did you figure out how it works yet? We don't fully understand it yet. We're in the middle of upgrading it.
すごいんだよ。あのね、今度はね、タイムリープができるようになるかもしれないんだって。
What's a
記事には
time
するなよ。それをしたら、俺はお前をラボ面から破門しなければならない。
What's a time leap? Tell me. Don't write anything about it. Otherwise, we'll have to expel you from the lab. Monica shakes her head from side to side. Guess she won't write an article. It's funny, Okabe describes that and then she shakes her head like we actually get a literal... It's funny because the game doesn't usually like to try to do that with Reboot. Usually it won't try to mention that. It's weird for here it actually does. But, anyways. Let's get...
セルンへのハッキングによって電話レンジカッコ仮の新たな可能性について発見したのだ。セルンの一部設備を曲がりさせてもらうことによる新たなるタイムトラベルシステムの構築だよ。これは人類の歴史を塗り替え新たなる段階へ足を踏み入れたことを意味する。すなわち時間の壁の征服。かくして人は未来へ流されるのではなく未来を選んでいくことができるようになるだろう。その人類史上初の偉業を今我ら未来ガジェット研究所が成し遂げようとしているのだ。
オカリン、オカリン。その説明はね、すごく回りくどくて、マユシーにはさっぱりなのです。
How can you not be moved by my speech? I'm talking about becoming legends here. Moeka bites her lip and types out a mail in irritation. That's actually might be the most descriptive expression we've kind of gotten out of her. Let's see. What's a
タイムリープ、すなわち記憶のみの時間跳躍だ。俺たちはそれを可能にする方法を見つけ出した。近いうちにタイムリープは実行され、我らは時間の征服者となる。
あのね、オカリンが思いついて、クリスちゃんができるって言って、ダル君はお手伝い中で、マユシーはオカリンと買い出しなんだよ。萌香さん、大丈夫？調子悪いの？
こればかりは何とも言えないな。いくつか問題を残している。
That's amazing. You made a real breakthrough. Congratulations. When do you think you'll have it complete? Actually, it's interesting. Now, I think her texts are a lot more... I'm surprised. Actually, her messages here are more interesting just because they're not as emotive. She's not doing like the little like music note emoji or other stuff. Like it's a lot more kind of just blunt to the point, which is interesting because this is definitely slightly different from how she's been typing before. It's interesting. It's interesting even to see this here. Hey man, I just watched your 10 hours of gameplay and I can't agree more about Kurisu being more monotone in the game. Yeah, it's been kind of something I've noticed at a lot of points, especially in the early part of the game. It's frustrating because you get flashes of it throughout these chapters as I've seen, where it actually kind of the performance kind of sounds like how it's supposed to be, and other times where it seems more just, I guess, bland is the right word. They removed her passion and kind of. They removed her passion, kinda, and it kind of ruins the game. In a weird sense, it does. Everything with Reboot is essentially just a lesser version of what the original did, in almost every scene as I compared God knows how much of it. That's essentially kind of the case, which is a shame, because part of the charm with her is just she needs to kind of have a voice to bounce back off of Okabe's just nonsense. So it works a lot stronger. There's just a lot more quippiness and like sassy attitude that she kind of brings to her lines that either are straight up missing or they're just like a lot more just quieter. There's a lot of it that does that. It bugs me, and I don't know why. So yeah, I've noticed it a lot more. There's a lot. I mean, early in the game, I was messing with the volume settings because I had to keep lowering it because she kept speaking so quietly at points. And the original was weird with the audio balancing too, but it wasn't more of a performance issue. It was more just balancing. It's. I've noticed it way too much. It sounds off, and for her of all characters, that's kind of, it does stand out. Like every other character, for the most part, sounds about the same. I don't really notice anything. And I don't know if it's because I'm just such a fan of the character that I just notice it way more. But yeah, it was bugging me. Which is why I want to kind of compare certain scenes, just to make sure that I'm not just imagining things. And yeah, I was definitely right. Because that's like a big part of the charm with her. Like the dub does a great job with how it's captured that. I'm sure the sub as well does a good enough job of it. I need to actually watch the sub. But I've seen clips of it online and it sounds just as good. I mean, it's the same voice actress too. So that's even more bizarre. It's the same voice actress, but it does bug me a bit. God, I cannot say there's still some issues.
それがうまく解決できれば1週間以内にでも完成するだろう。だが解決できなければいつまで経っても完成はしない。
Not every other character sounds like how they should, just Greaser says how. That's what I was thinking. I was getting that impression. Like, Okabe sounds just as good as ever. Mayuri sounds just as fine as ever. Every cast member basically sounds about the same. There's none of them that I really could discern that they sounded off. Again, I'm a dumb American, so like, how am I supposed to know Japanese voices? But yeah, Chris's was noticeably different. I did see something on Twitter about that. Somebody was mentioning it. I don't know if it was that or maybe in like a review. And sometimes you don't take things too literally on there because they can be completely off. But this might be a case where they were onto something, especially comparing the scenes. It's just such a shame because there's certain little lines, certain moments where that performance comes out and it sounds just like how it's supposed to. So I don't know if it's just I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. What the hell am I watching it? Alright, since you're an older individual, I have to explain it. This is a visual novel. It is a game where the game's read through text. This is not what they deem as a ecchi, perverted, like erotic game. It's a science fiction. Boy, howdy, if that is not it's not the case. But it essentially kind of became more popular through the anime adaptation, or I guess you would say cartoon adaptation, because anime is just another word for cartoon. But it's a rated M game. But I love this shit. Yeah, her voice just was bugging me. It was with how it was performed. I don't know if it's just whoever like directed her or the character and the voice actor itself thinks like I know the character better and I know how to do it. I don't know if it's what exactly went on with it, but it's different, especially when you compare it. Honestly, I feel like I can make a whole video just doing the comparison, like just doing a supercut of just me just comparing scenes, trimming it down a lot so it's a lot more bite-sized. I'm sure even then it'll be like a couple hours long because I do that so much, but that's just the stuff I kind of run across incidentally. But yeah. So we have chapter, because I'm doing the true ending route, so that's the approach I'm kind of going with. And there's the whole scene with her and Okabe and like how they talk at the playground, like that. For the most part, it's all about the same. That erotica of Moeka comes in. I have not heard of that. I've heard that there's an ending route with her specifically, which is actually completely new for the game, because in the original they never intended for that to happen, only because they really wanted you to kind of hate the character. And they didn't think having a specific ending where it's focused on her was going to be good. Some ways I kind of get it. And apparently the ending is more based on the drama CD. I don't know how accurate that is, because I haven't even seen that. But I am curious for that one in particular, because I haven't heard anything about it. So that scares me though, because I don't know if it's actually going to be like that. I'm kind of scared. It'll be new for me though, at least, because I've not seen the whatever it was kind of partially adapted from what I've heard. I don't know. So that part I'm going to be completely blinded. I might actually look at that specifically. So I'm kind of more focused on just going right to the true ending. But maybe for the Mocha one specifically, I'll deviate and kind of see that, because that will be entirely brand new. At least, for me. So I'm curious about that, because especially playing like My Darling's Embrace, that did a great job expanding Mocha as like a character. So that was pretty good. And then I hate even saying the name because it sounds so freaking just cringe, but it's actually a lot better than what you think. As someone that, for perspective, that isn't like a big fan of like romance, because I don't think a lot of it is done very well, or it kind of feels cringe-inducing. Steins Gate's like, and how they do it, one particular thing in this game really well is something I'm going to get into so much later. That is a part of it, but I'm not going to go into a tangent about that. I'm sure just me going on to the the true ending route kind of maybe probably establishes what I prefer the most. But yeah, I'm going to kind of see. Play Ghost of Tsushima, can play a Japanese voiceover. It's near advanced. I've heard of it. What's really funny, I think the main character of that is the same voice for Zoro One Piece, which is a very famous show, so I think that's where that comes from. I definitely heard of it. But that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I want to continue to see where this kind of goes from here, because I think we're about maybe like a third of the way through the chapter, I think. I'm not sure. Let's see where this kind of continues from here.
全てはシュタインズゲートによる選択。必ずや解決の道は開けていると俺は確信している。そして扉が開いた時、訪れるのは俺が望む混沌だ。世界を影から支配する機関へのラグナロックの幕は切って落とされるのだ。
オカリンは誰と戦ってるの？
決して表舞台には現れない支配者層に決まっているだろう。
すごいね。でもね、危ないことはしちゃダメだからね。
Why does Mayuri insist on worrying about me? I feel like that's obvious. Oh. Oh. I look up and realize Mocha has already drifted off as if she's already forgotten us. She glides almost like a ghost. That's interesting how she responded to all that. Especially in hindsight, but that's interesting. Mayuri and I can only watch as she leaves. Her eerie presence leaves an unsettling impression.
萌香さんどうしたのかな。
Ragnarok kind of is based on Norse mythology, which Okabe references a lot. A lot of times. I think in the tips list, there is, God knows how much, if I go to like all of Norse mythology references, we got Elmir, that's one. That's trying to just going off at the top of my head here of just references, because yeah, Okabe's done a lot. Shrine, lolcap is a lot. I'm saying there's a lot, and I'm only showing one. Yeah, another. Nope, that's not it. That's embarrassing. Where's for Verdandi? I know that's another one. Where's Verdandi? So, there we go. Well, we're getting there. I don't know why I'm showing this when I've already mentioned it. Yeah, there we go. Verdandi, Norse mythology. So, there's... Okabe just does this a lot. It's one of his quirks. I wonder what's wrong with Mocha. I know she was kind of strange ever since I met her, but this is another matter entirely.
マユシーは心配です。
Yeah, it's interesting to point, or at least that they're pointing that out. That Mocha's acting like just more unusual. It's funny to think about. When I part ways with Mayuri at the station, she excitedly tells me she has to deliver a costume to Fubuki-chan. When I return to the lab with my spoils of war, something surprising, though not too surprising, come to think of it, catches my eye. I spy Kurisu sitting at the PC. As soon as she notices I return, she quickly closes the window on the screen.
お前はやるべきことをサボって何を見ていた？
I already know the answer, of course. I caught a glimpse of the screen before she closed it.
調べ物よ。
I feel like Okabe has said similar wording before. That he was doing research. Or something else, some other instance. But yeah. Looks like she plans to continue the charade.
何か文句ある？おい、その、これはひどい。はいはい、ワルスワルスみたいな笑い方はなんだ？
Raffoul. I don't think she specifically says that in the original. I don't remember. Thank you, game, for telling me what a Raffoul means. Jesus Christ, that's such a linger.
案ずるな、クリスティーナ。いや、アットチャンネラークリス。
Oh no.
その呼び方はやめて。
俺はすでに気づいていた。そう、とっくに気づいていたのだよ。お前が生粋のアットチャンネラーだということにな。隠そうとしても俺にはわかるぞ。お前からはアットチャンネラーとしての匂いのようなものがプンプンと醸し出されていた。
Jesus Christ.
失礼だな。ちゃんと毎日香りがきつくない香水つけてるわよ。
Hey, at least Priest wears perfume. That's lore accurate.
ビアカメ、そういう意味ではない。俺が言っているのは魂レベルの話だ。
魂って具体的にはどんなところ？定義を聞かせて。
今後バレないための参考にするのだな。
うるさい。いいから聞かせろ。
具体的もクソもない。お前はたまにアットチャンネル用語をつぶやく時がある。
うつだ。
Oh my god, she said feels bad, man. I can't. That's too funny. For a character like her, this is always a funny aspect with her character. That's a good one.
今のもアットチャンネル語だな。
Stop. I gotta take this. Mayuri Fubushi-dan praised me for the cosplay I made them. I'm really happy. That's great, Mayuri. I'm in the middle of Okabe's in the middle of teasing Kurisu. I have to engage in this complete hilarity that's going on right now. Who you never mentioned it before. That's actually kind of funny because we never even get to see those two in the game. We get to see them in Zero, but we never get to see them in the actual original game. So Okabe actually saying that's pretty funny. It's kind of meta in a weird way.
まさに魂レベルで染みついているということだろう。そしてこのラボにはもう一人、アットチャンネル語をリアルで話すアホがいて、そいつのせいでお前の魂は冷気させられた。
そうそう、橋田がいるせいで私まで引きずられちゃうのよ。
だが隠そうとするとはいじらしいな。
Oh
アットチャンネラークリス。
Oh Jesus Christ, that's another like twist on the nickname. Good lord.
そのなんてやべえな。
It looks good kill.
しかし消せないな。アメリカ育ちなのになぜアットチャンネルに詳しいのだ？
アメリカからでもアットちゃんは見られる。
そういうことか。英語ばかりの環境にいると日本語が恋しくなってしまうのだな。しかしよりによってアットちゃんを選ばずともよかったものを。
I mean, if you believe the pseudo-intellectuals in media browsing at channel is like reading scribbles on the bathroom wall.
ギスギスはしてるけど、一番日本の空気みたいなものが感じられる場所だっただけよ。それより
頼み？
Oh. Oh.
それより頼みがあるんだけど。
What is it? Kurisu mumbles something, but her voice is so low I can't make it out.
言いたいことははっきり言え。
このことはみんなには一緒にして。
Oh.
そんなにも知られたくないのか。ダルはお前の同類だし、マユリもオタだからアットチャンネルへの理解は深いぞ。俺もよく見に行くしな。恥ずべきことは何もない。履歴書やプロフィールの趣味の欄には堂々とアットチャンネルを見ることと書くがいい。
Revise your resume. Write browsing at channel under your favorite pet. That's a good one.
かけるかバカ。
何？ということは VIP でアンカーを出すことの方がいいのか？
Oh my god, that takes me back. Anchors on VIP. Oh my lord. Oh my god, to link a specific post on a message board, usually type the reply in at channels and stop by typing at post number. Sometimes people engage in anchor play, a game where a poster leaves a decision to whoever posts with the indicated number. Usually chosen 2030, post beforehand. For example, 1000 gets the name. Jesus. Newsflash VIP board, although obsessively, I can't even say the word. For discussion of news stories, it is currently dominated by out chat tools. You'd rather post on anchor surfing.
言葉の意味を理解できる自分が憎い。
まあいい。タイムリープマシンの開発に集中してもらうためにもこの件は黙っておく。おそらくすぐにボロが出て俺以外のラボ面にもバレるのも時間の問題だろうがな。
心配には及ばない。大学じゃ周囲はみんな年上だった。研究室じゃ一番の若造なのに論文は私が書かせてもらえた。処世術には長けてるのよ。甘く見ないで。
ヌルポ。
が。
Yes, they did the no pull. Yes, they did. They kept it. God, Jesus, that's a freaking. That's an old term. An old at-child term first seen on the programming board in 2003. No pull is a short term for no pointer exception, which is an error seen in the Java programming language. someone else's note pull, the correct response is to smack them on the head and say "Go." So cute. So cute. Oh my god. I'm drowning in it. That's adorable.
しまった
He's so embarrassed. Just as I thought, at channel is in her blood and bones. She doesn't have a prayer. It's a good scene. Just in the context, like, to my understanding, and it maybe gets lost in translation, or just the concept of just like being an at channel, or at least in like maybe in Japan, is kind of like you're not seen as respectable. So to her, it almost feels like she's not gonna get respect or something for that type of being a part of it. So that's where the embarrassment is even more than just than that, which is an interesting thing to kind of consider. So yeah, that and just the idea that someone that's supposed to be super smart and intelligent is just kind of, even as Okabe would like describe it, like being on at channels, like writing scribbles on the bathroom wall in comparison to like what she's used to. So it's almost like she's kind of stooping to their level or going down to that. Should be in theory so beneath her, but she just enjoys it. It kind of runs deeper in the thought that she probably goes to at channel just because, well, this game, and because it ties to Steins Gate 0, kind of retcons it, which is stupid. But the original interpretation, especially in the original and the anime, is just the idea that she, at least to me, it always seemed like she was probably going on those message boards just because she was lonely and didn't have any friends. So the at channel was definitely an excuse, or at least an outlet to kind of just express herself, even if it was just kind of being stupidly toxic and stupid online. At least she was getting a reaction and kind of probably getting some satisfaction that people were like noticing her, or at least getting some kind of human connection, because she craves that so badly that she kind of resorted to that. So that is tragic in a sense. So that is a lot of interesting elements with it. With that reveal, just that coming out. And even Okabe just essentially, I mean, he's teasing her, but he's also saying like there's nothing to even be ashamed of because everybody else is kind of like all in the same boat essentially. It's cute, adds their dynamic. It's a great little scene. I'm sure there's some slight tweaks that they did here compared to the original, but they kept the no pull. They kept a lot of the old internet lingo, even for 2010. No pull, was old. And I was around in the internet back then, so like, or at least young enough to remember some of it. Even by 2010, they weren't using this stuff, at least that lingo anymore. At least not what I remember. But so, it's a cute scene. They did a good job with that. So, there's moments where it's. I'm sure if I broke it down more, I probably would find something. But on its own, that was good. That was really wholesome. I'm sorry, it just makes me happy. Sometimes the game kind of frustrates me, but still, that was absolutely adorable. Let's see. She's been working on a costume ever since she got back from delivering a different costume to her friend Fubuki-chan. Come to think of it, she usually heads home around 7 or 8, but today she's still hard at work.
Mayuri, あまり遅くならないうちに帰れ。親が心配するぞ。
I would ask if you mind asking for 26 related question. I don't want to help from what you enjoy. I appreciate the fact you're asking. Yeah, this stream isn't really about NASCAR 26, but yeah, you can ask me about NASCAR 26 or whatever that's going on with it. I don't mind. Myri, go home before it gets too late. Your parents will worry.
大丈夫だよ。あのね、マユシーは今日はここにお泊まりするのです。
え？
うん。お父さんとお母さんにもね、そう言ってあるよ。
I completely didn't even. She's gonna stay at the night. She's never done that before. I told my mom and dad about it too.
泊まって作業をしていくのか？
そうでもしないと、コミマに間に合わないんだ。
よく親が許可したな。
I met her parents a number of times. They're as ditzy as Mayuri. Oh god, I can imagine. I don't even think in any of the other games, even I've only seen my daughter's Embrace, and I don't think they ever mentioned Mayuri's parents, or at least we never even get to see them. There's a linear phone bound, which I have yet to play, so I don't know if maybe the parents get mentioned there. I don't even think it's Zero, but I have not seen the visual novel. I've only seen the anime. I need to see the visual novel in that eventually. I can't even imagine how, if they're just as hilarious as Mayuri, that's kind of scary. I'm kind of scared to imagine that. Even so, it's hard to imagine any parent allowing their minor daughter to stay overnight in this dingy place.
やはりこの俺、不幸隠居魔の人望だな。
It must be Hoenn Kyoma's overwhelming charisma.
いや待て。人望などという言葉にはヘドが出る。つまり、そうではなく。そうか。マユリの親はこの俺へのイフでやむを得ず娘を人質に。
通報しました。
Reported. This girl, she's been tinkering with the phone wave. Name's not changed, but I guess she was listening.
って言われたらどうする？
裏切るというのなら、俺の右腕が火を吹くことになるぞ、クリスティーナ。
はいはい、中二病、中二病。
あのね、クリスちゃんも一緒だからって説明したら、お父さんもお母さんもそれなら安心って言ってくれたんだよ。
それってつまり、私も泊まれっていうこと？
I told them Christian will be here too, so they feel better. I think even in the anime, I don't know about the original. I can't remember what the original did. I think in the anime, I think it was Kurisu's decision as well. I don't know. I'm to stay there. I'm not sure. How do you feel about them ignoring pretty much everything players feel was priority issues for the game? Is that acceptable to you? No, that's not acceptable. Everything about it has been a big red flag and a question mark with how they've been kind of doing some of it, because I just get the suspicious feeling that it's just going to kind of be like, yeah, there's going to be some things improved, but I don't think it's going to be as gigantic as what they're kind of making it out to be. And that Discord thing just bugged me, how they presented some of those issues. I don't know. None of it really gave me a lot of major optimism. Now, obviously, if we're going way back in like Heat 2 from like Heat Evolution, it was like end of days disaster in terms of like, you know, year 1 versus year 2 and like the minor, like small developments. But it feels like it's just like we're kind of going through the same pattern. Just the only difference is the first game was a lot more put together, or more of a game, the Heat Evolution. So it kind of feels like we're just gonna get slow, small, incremental improvements, and then maybe in like 4 more years we'll have like more of a game. Everything about it. That's why I didn't even make a video on the second dev diary, because I didn't even have a whole heck of a lot to say, because it just kind of felt the same, or just like none of it enthralled me enough to even make a video. And that's the thing. They've been here already, and they're falling into the same rut. Essentially, that's kind of the vibe I feel like I get, and maybe it's because I think I could probably say this with confidence that we're both people old enough to remember the Heat games, the EA days, Technic stuff. So it just, to me at least, I can only speak for myself. I just feel like we're just going through the same pattern of like with Technics, or small incremental improvements, waiting for it to get better. Then they stop making games. Another company comes in, they make them. It's horrible. Then each one gets slightly better. Then that stops. Then now now we're through 2 game developer cycles. The third with Motorsport games that literally just began and basically ended so fast and so quickly. Now this is the 4th iteration. And it's just, I'm so tired of just I guess waiting, and it's like it gets exhausting because this has been 15 years of this. So it's kind of, I kind of get where people feel, I get the sense of being impatient. Essentially, I kind of understand that because it does get old waiting for that long. And I'm kind of in the same boat. I guess the only difference is that the despair or it's not as bad as like how I was feeling during the Utenix Motorsport Games days. It's not to that extent. But it's just another of it's gonna be a couple more years before we really get a good product, and I feel like this year is gonna be probably the same. Again, I really want to see what on earth the track dynamic stuff is, because in the video, again, they're saying that it's gonna be dynamic and it's gonna change drastically, and they show like a time lapse, and it looks like they showed like maybe 4 laps at Bristol, and I didn't notice anything. The only way you make that effective is literally you let that clip go on, not unedited, but zoomed, sped up for 30 laps, and then we can see in real time. Doing it in like 4 laps doesn't even really tell you too much. So they're saying all that, but I want to see it in action, because I guess I'm not totally convinced yet, and I just don't want to put blind faith into every single little thing they say. I have to be a little bit skeptical, and I just don't want to just get super hyped and then get disappointed. So there's just a lot of like cautiousness with it, and it bugs me a little bit, and it gets kind of old going through the same type of cycle, and especially with the Discord thing and like how that came across, because like I mentioned in my video, those only work if you have a game that's super polished, and then when people come in like random casuals and are asking all these sorts of questions, then you can literally lay your billiards on the table and say like, yeah, we got that, we got this and that and the other, but you kind of come away with it with feeling like there's just not that much in the game when they keep saying, no, that's not in there, that's not in there. Doesn't really come across well, even if the game is like okay. So that didn't really give you a good sign. I wish they didn't even do the Discord thing, because it just doesn't. You don't really come away with it feeling optimistic. I just think it just kind of be the same thing. I feel like people have been beat down. They're just giving up on advocacy to get better games. The usual advocates are just giving up and willing to accept what is served. It's possible. Yeah, it's usual advocates are just giving up to accept what is served. Yeah, and maybe and to them, maybe they haven't experienced what I've experienced through these games over the years, and this is kind of like new to them, or especially because I've been around for so long now. Other people that have been coming in through the pipeline, they've been making videos, and they haven't been around as long. Whether that's 5 or 7 years, I mean, who knows? But I've seen it all. Even before I was doing YouTube, I was, playing NASCAR games since NASCAR 2000. Not that I was super aware, but yeah, it's just one of those things that I think about. Because even by NASCAR 06, I remember, even when I was 10, I remember not liking that game too much, just because it kind of just didn't drive well. The apron was terrible. Like, I knew at the age of 10, once NASCAR 07 came out, I never wanted to go back to NASCAR 06. So, like, I kind of got the feeling, even from that time period, things were kind of feeling more stagnated. But, and that's me at being 10 years old. I can't imagine someone double that age of that time period would probably be able to figure that out. So, I don't know. But, it's a good question, though. I'm glad you asked, because I haven't really, I haven't made a video on the dev diary, so I'm sure that probably leads questions on, like, why didn't I even make it, or the other types of stuff, so I'm not the one to constantly keep making, like, the 26 updates, but some of it's been interesting. Since the last dev diary, I didn't really have much to say. So if there's another one that comes out, maybe I can throw that second dev diary in as, like, a bonus tangent or something, but we'll see. Because apparently there's going to be more coming out. So, we'll see. Just everything with career mode bugs me. Like, just the DLC bonuses and stuff, like the way that it was described, it sounds like it's gonna be exactly the same with all the bonuses and perks. I'm not really a fan of. Which I guess I don't mind it in theory. Just I wish there was an option for me to not use a career. I don't know, but yeah, I guess that's all my thoughts with it. That's gonna be all my thoughts with it, basically. See what happens here in the game. Let's see what was going on beforehand. I wonder if she says that in the original with her saying that, because that's kind of like what she would say like chapter 1 or 2 version of her. I don't know about chapter 5. I don't know. I need to look at the original or something, because that feels weird. Maybe it's in the original too. I don't know. And I just don't remember. Wait, so I have to stay too.
だってね、電話レンジちゃんの改良で大変なんでしょ？
まあそうだけど、このラボに泊まると気がめいるのよね。主に誰かさんのせいで。
環境というのは大事な要素だ、クリスティーナ。ここは研究に打ち込む以外にすることがないから意外と集中できる。ソースはこの法王院京馬だ。それに聞いて驚くな。このラボには脳内物質を活性化させるシステムが組み込まれている。つまりこの俺の天才的かつ大胆かつ繊細な発明に対する着想は毎日ここに寝泊まりしているからこそ生まれるのだ。
Is my she okay? Tell her to have fun accounting enough for me. I don't think I can go this year. I just don't have the energy. I'm completely burned out. I can hear a voice shouting, "Get up, Joe. Someone save me, the world is collapsing." What? Get up, Joe. On Earth? What on earth do I even reply to here? Let's see. Oh god, the scripted Rex again. The way they were describing that, it sounded like it was going to be the same process. And that's what I was mentioning about the incident screen thing. It's like, well, it's going to be pointless. But if the wreck happens in front of you, then if it's going to tell you the same, the car that I can clearly see, it doesn't. Then that little screen doesn't mean anything. And if they're always going to be around you, then you're always going to kind of know who wrecks. That's if it's going to be structured the same way. Again, if we get to see like a visual example, maybe that would kind of quell my thoughts on it. But from what they're saying, it just kind of doesn't. It's not wowing me. Like I think they're maybe expecting it to wow me. What is the thought process? I agree. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I know there's so many things on the bucket list that they can probably do, but caution replays feels like that's something that should have been done. I mean, it's been 11 years since we've had one. So, we'll see what on Earth the rest are going to be like. I mean, they should be, in theory, dynamic, where not only do they self-spin, but tire blowouts or AI crash into each other or some kind of thing, but it's just always a tire blowout. We'll see what they do. Because even the World of Outlaw games, when it comes to like how the AI wreck are the same. I can't even say they're the same because they actually wreck more dynamically than that. I don't. But yeah, it's we're gonna see what it's gonna be like. Let's see. So if you're wondering where my incredible genius comes from, now you know. It's because I sleep in this room every night. Yep, I agree. What on earth should I even reply to this message with? The world is collapsing just sounds dramatic. How's Oakley going to respond to that? It's going to be probably something unhinged, probably. You're messing with me again, aren't you? Stop making me worry. Okay, that was actually really considerate. That's I wasn't expecting that.
脳内物質を活性化させるシステムって、あんた一体何を垂れ流してるんだ。
But they spent time making an instant screen, so does that mean they aren't fixing wrecks and they'll never be cautious replaced? I don't know. I don't know if this is supposed to be like a band-aid for the thing at hand. Because they can't implement cost replace, so this is kind of like their workaround for it. Or this is something they're going to do eventually, and this is kind of like temporary. Or maybe it'll be kind of a mixture of, like, someday they'll add in cost replace and the instant, like, screen thing. But, yeah, like I was saying, they gotta at least iron it out first. And also just the fact that, how's it going to trigger when it comes to, like, cars involved? Is it just going to be, like, the one car? Is it going to factor in, like, any specific contact that will trigger it? Just a lot of logistical things I think about, like, they say that, but I'm curious of how it's going to be implemented, because Godfrey, what happens if I just tap the wall? Is it going to count that as an incident at the same exact time when a caution comes out, or another car? How is it going to trigger that? Because I feel like it's just going to be your luck. It's going to be just like one car. And it's going to tell you that one car that spun. And it might be the very car in front of you, so it's not going to give you any new information. Or I don't know. We're going to see how it works. That's all I can really say, because I have too many questions. Unless we get another dev diary that actually shows, like, visually what it looks like, that will quell. All of this will quell my kind of thoughts if we see it. So that's all it really boils down to. Again, that one freaking dev diary where they literally showed off like 30 different things and like one frame. That was just ridiculous. I shouldn't have to download the video and go into my software to like compare the look at it. It's such a it just screams marketing of just like, oh my god, here's all this information, we're overloading with so much going on, and like we're doing so much, and it's just like 5 different things of graphics that could be just labeled under one thing. I think Clay will reference that as like a good example. Like, it's like trying to make your Word document like way longer than it's supposed to. So yeah, it's partly why I don't even want to think about Asker 26 until it comes out, because it gets old thinking about it. It's just I'd just rather wait and think about other things, which is probably why I'm streaming this right now, because it's just so much better to think about something else. I guess maybe after 15 years or 20, if you want to go that far, of this, that maybe it kind of broke me a little bit of I don't know. And people that are new to the community are just not as adept. They're not really experiencing that. They're going to experience it eventually. They're going to kind of be in that same thought process eventually. Just they're not anywhere near that yet. Because I wasn't. Going off of my experiences, I wasn't like that. So it just took a long time. So, yeah. I'll continue on with the game here. I want to, because this chapter is going to go on for a bit, and good lord, I'll be here till like 4 in the morning at this point, or even 5, so I don't want to destroy my sleep schedule that badly. This simulation system of yours, I assume it's been dumping toxic waste in your brain. That's a good line.
工場排水のごとき言い方をするな。ザ・ゾンビよ。
Oh god.
あ、マユシン知ってるよ。きっとあれじゃないかな。ほら。
これって芳香剤？
頭の良くなる芳香剤なんだって。秋葉王で買ってきたってオカリンが言ってた。あれっていつの頃だったっけ？
半年ほど前だな。値段は500円とお得だった。
6 months ago.
岡部の話って本当に信じるに値しないわね。 しかもこれ中の薬剤はもう空っぽになってるし。
Yeah, we went to buy replacement packs. They had already stopped selling them. God.
まあいいわ。どっちにしろ私も泊まりつもりだったし。まゆりさん、付き合うわよ。
I just vividly remember the anime approaching this a little bit better because she makes a joke or a comment that like, Meyer, you shower here? That's disgusting. And then, you know, episodes later when she's more comfortable being around the lab and stuff, then she is more willing. It's slightly different. I just think the anime probably handles that a little bit better. It's probably ripped right from the original as well, so or like visual novels. That's probably not a reboot issue. I just think it's executed a little bit better in the anime interpretation. But hey, she said she's gonna stay either way, so alright.
本当よかった。
ただし、岡部は出ていくこと。
出ていけだと。
I think I'm the only one here, but I'll let you do your thing. I kind of let DC have it over. However it is, I need to hear this. I'm wondering, is that why he hasn't streaked lately? I don't really know. I'm not really sure. He mainly, if you're talking about Disco Inferno, he mainly just streams stream car stuff. Maybe iRacing, but I haven't kept up on the iRacing, so I'm not really sure. I know he does the stream car stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's considering how late it is, I'm not really shocked anyone's like not really here. But I mean, I'm really just doing this for me in particular. It's just a me thing. I think I mentioned in vlogs a long time ago. It's just nice to finally not worry about like, oh well, how many people are watching. Well, that's annoying. That is very weird. Why on earth did it literally just cut the freaking stream off? Actually, I should double check the freaking settings here just to make sure. That was really weird. How it just blipped there for a second. Did it make a new stream? Just double check here. That was very freaking weird. So I did not notice there's like 0 drop frames or anything prior to that. I have no idea why I did that. That was so weird. I'm even more perplexed. It buffered though. I wonder if it buffered because I restarted the stream or I turned the stream to live again. That was bizarre. And it didn't even count it as the stream ending. It just weird. I have absolutely. All right. Well, I guess it all worked out. All right. I guess I'll just keep going. Because I'm gonna be up here all. I'm gonna be up all. I mean, I knew I was gonna be up late regardless, but let's see what happens.
俺は
Leave. Why I practically live in this place.
このラボこそシュタインズゲートの選択により示された魂の居場所なのだ。
女子2人が泊まるって言ってるんだから、無才男子は自重してくれないと。それにあんたって実家は遠くないんでしょ。
オカリンはね、マユシーと同じで池袋だよ。
電車で30分もかからないじゃない。どうせ今日は徹夜で手伝ってもらうほどのことはないんだから、おとなしく帰ったら。
だが断る。
Good JoJo reference there, Okabe.
まさか私たちを襲うつもりか。
Oh my god. Krisu, no.
黙れ。伝部に猛虎犯が残る少女めが。
I'm glad you referenced that again, Okabe.
残ってない。あのな、前にもそれ言われたけど、あんたいつ私のお尻を確かめた？
Stop. I think this is from the original too, but just oh god.
年下の女子2人だけをここに残していけるほど俺は能天気ではない。未成年には保護者が必要なのだ。
オカリンも未成年なのにね。へへへ。
あと1年半もしないうちに成人だ。それはつまりシュタインズゲートの選択的に言えば成人だということであり。
いや、それはつまり未成年でしょ。
クリスちゃん、クリスちゃん。オカリンはね、マユシーたちのことを襲うような悪い人じゃないと思うよ。だってね、マユシーはもう10年以上の付き合いだけど、一度も襲われたことないもん。
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, my wife. Don't say that. Don't say that. Jesus.
でも人質にされたことはあるんでしょ。
っていうかね、今も人質だよ。
強制退出させるべきね。
ふう、あまり俺を失望させるな、クリスティーナ。科学研究の世界に男も女もない。そうだろう。このラボは神聖なる研究の場なのだ。そのような下世話な話題をしたいのならば、お前こそ今すぐ出ていくがいい。猛虎犯。
Looks like that was enough to convince Grease. She gives me a fine gesture as she returns to develop.
そうか。やはりクリスティーナの伝部には猛虎犯が。
Kid don't have a birth. Okay, stop. I want her wrong. Gonna head to bed. Alrighty. Good night.
ねえよ。
Die. Stop. I focus on work for about an hour before leaving to grab dinner. You know, this whole section worked better in the anime itself, just because before then, like after the conversation with her dad, they have another scene where like Okabe eats her frickin' pudding, and they banter about it. And Okabe, then that scene happens, and Kurisu essentially tells him to go shopping, get pudding because he ate them. So this is why he's out. It makes a little more sense in the anime, and like how A leads to B to C to D. It does a lot better job, I think, with all that in particular. Here, I guess it's fine, but it just, the anime just kind of has a little more reason to it, I guess is the right word I'm trying to say. While walking, I skim at channel on my phone. Teeter hasn't shown up lately. How long has it been since his last appearance? I think about a week or so. I've been reluctant to contact him ever since he called me the Messiah in his last email. That was about the same time he stopped posting. I wonder where Tiger went. I need to contact him somehow. Just then, a mail arrives. No sender name. The address is... I've seen one once before. I've got a bad feeling about this. I pause and take a look around, then I swallow my fear and open the mail. You know too much. Ooh. Ugh. Ugh. It feels as if a cold hand stroked my spine. Ugh. This is bad. This is a threat. Does Sir know what we've been doing? Should I report to the police? No crap, I just deleted it. In any case, a picture alone probably isn't enough to get the police involved. When I first got that creepy red jelly mail, I kept it to myself, but should I tell someone about this one? Why is it just a doll head? Oh, I'm gonna let this go on, but the original was so much more disturbing than that visual. It's creepy, but you're not getting the sense that this is supposed to be a threat of, like, we're gonna behead you, what the original, like, conveyed, alright? Like, that's what made that fucking horrifying. That is a weird decision that they changed that look. Alright. Maybe when I got that creepy red jelly mail, I kept it to myself. But should I tell someone about this one? But who? Not my earring Kurisu. I can't worry them with this. I'm an adult here after all. What about Moika? No, she may be Labman, but she's acting weird lately. Even if I tell her about this, she won't be any use. Susaha has her father to worry about. I guess that leaves Daru. I need to find out whether CERN has discovered our hacking. What would CERN do if they did find out, I wonder? Would they have killed us, would they? They wouldn't have us killed, would they? I'm gasping for air by the time I reach the lab. But when I tried to open the door, I found it inexplicably locked. I unlock it with the hidden key, step inside, and try to catch my breath. That's when I realize something's wrong. Meyer and Kurisu aren't here. Uh-oh. Did they go home? No, their bags are still here. Don't tell me, were they kidnapped? Oh shit. Who took them? The organization? CERN? And then I hear a noise. Is that the shower? Our bathroom is beyond the changing room. Uh-oh. Now I hear the sound of water running. I start imagining what horrors await me. Ooh, that's a new CG. No, that wasn't in the original. Fresh blood mixing into the water and flowing down the drain. The corpses of two girls sprawled out naked on the tile. Oh god, ugh.
Oi! Daijoubu!
Is everyone okay? Oh my god.
オカリン、覗きは良くないよ。
びっくりした。殺されたわけではなかったのだな。
They are indeed alive, Okube.
ヒヤヒヤさせないでくれ。というか、よくこの狭いバスルームを二人で一緒に使う気になったな。
いいから出てけ、変態が
Okube trying to play it off normally. yeah, Kurisu, that's a fair response. I scramble out of the changing area just in time to avoid the bar so launched at my face.
そういうことされるとね、マユシーは悲しいし、恥ずかしいです。あんた覚えてくださいよ。許さない。絶対に許さないからな。
Damn it, it was just a small misunderstanding. I mean, why the hell did they decide to take a shower together? And when they knew I was coming right back, it's like they wanted to be... No, Okube, that's not what they were imagining. Jesus. Wasn't there supposed to be a Kurisu message somewhere in between or about... Oh, it was supposed to be about pudding. That's because it wasn't in there. That's okay. I'm misremembering. That's not what they... That's not at all Okube what they were trying to do. Jesus Christ. Anyways, how much longer are they going to shower? Looking at the clock, it's already been more than 15 minutes since I got back. I can hear the sounds of laughter echoing out from the bathroom. It seems any lingering anger from my intrusion is gone. Sounds like they're having a good time. They get along almost like sisters. You've got such a good figure. Myri saying you've got a nice ample. Oh my god, stop. Stop. Kurisu, stop. Oh my god. Surely those are the things they must be saying. Oh, okay, that's what Okame is imagining. I thought that's what they were really saying. I could feel. Oh my god. I made that sound way worse. That's what Okame is imagining. What a freaking degenerate. In my head, I call it the memory of what I saw in the shower. Unable to contain it, I press my phone to my ear.
俺だ。少しまずい状況になりつつある。
The situation is heated.
この最強マッドサイエンティストであるフォーエン教魔が蒙古藩少女と脳的少女の姉妹から精神攻撃を受けている。
The insane mad scientist Hoen Kyoma is under psychological attack. His aggressors, the sisterly duo, composed of Mongolian Spot Girl and Little Miss Airhead. That's the nicknames he... Oh my god.
これは今まで味わった中でも最大級の攻撃力だ。無防備こそ最強の攻撃だと思い知らされたよ。奴らめ、いよいよ本気を出してきたと見える。少女たちを倒せだと？そんなことできるものか。なぜなら奴らに操られているあの少女たちは俺の仲間であり幼馴染なのだから。どうしても俺は彼女たちを倒さなければならないのか。だとしたら今回ばかりはシュタインズゲートの選択を恨むぞ。エル、ピサイ、
He definitely eats some air. With the all-nighter done with, I headed to the convenience store to grab breakfast. I guess that's it. It's definitely shorter than what the original. I gotta compare the anime because this is actually a pretty interesting difference in how they depict this. Now, obviously, I don't. That shot there is nowhere near. It's literally almost the same as the anime in terms of the visual, like the angle. The original visual novel's you see way more. There's no nudity, but it's just like you see way more. So, yeah, let's go to, I think it's episode 12. I think that's where it is, or maybe episode 11. Might be episode 12. But the point is, the lead up to that is horrifying in the anime, like how they depict it in a good way. Try to see if I even had it saved, or did I literally not include it? I feel like I would have included it. Maybe I did include it. I did include it. Okay. Yeah, so the big difference here is, you know too much. We get this like dramatic, like, I would say a fisheye like angle lens shot, but it's not too over the top, but it definitely gives you that like distorted feeling.
Oh my god.
And then you get that compared to what you see in the game where it's just a doll head. You get literal like a doll head that's like it paints it's such a clear. It's the same way in the visual novel too with how this is like shown, but that's what Okabe's seeing. That's what's supposed to be there, which is a terrifying thought of like you get a text message saying you know too much, and then you get that message, which explains why he's so terrified. Because in the visual novel, in the original, it's if you thought that was fine, like that was well executed, not only does the anime do an even better job, the image is just like it's more terrifying and scary instead of a regular doll head that doesn't really invoke the same fear. But that's kind of the thing with ReZero or Reboot constantly, is the little things like that where it's a creepy visual, but when you see what it was originally supposed to be, it is terrifying. And this adds to Okabe, and also because he's like in like a store when he sees this, he's not out in public. So when he sees this, he's like looking around. It's the same way in the visual novel in terms of what he's like looking around. Then he tries calling them, which again he doesn't do in the visual novel, or even in the original, or even in reboots. The reboots being faithful to the original with that, but the anime again just takes that material and just adds this another little notch to it, because Okabe makes the effort of calling. And you see what happens here. And nothing. Then drops his bag and then he runs. Now, that's, you know, fucking, again, he makes the effort to think of like, okay, I'm gonna call them and see where they are. And you get this shot where it's literally like the world is collapsing in around him. It is a haunting visual. It does a great job communicating it. And obviously, it's so much more intense, so much more scary, and just the visuals of everything like just falling apart, so much more frantic, chaotic. It puts you in the exact mindset. Now the visual novel does this a little bit too. Just obviously with anime you can just depict all this a lot more, but this is a great shot and a great moment. And then when he's in the lab, you know, then we get that shot and everything. So yeah, it's a great moment, great section. Elevates the material even further. I absolutely love that whole section, how that was done. Now the visual novel essentially does it. It's not as good as the anime, for example, but it does a very good job of showing off just the chaotic nature of it, or at least the message itself when it comes up. I'm trying to find it here. Let's bring it up here, for example, just because we have basically two other interpretations to kind of compare it here. So we're gonna get the message here. Another message: you know too much, and then we get this same look. It's more clear. It's a decapitated doll head. Again, the same approach as the anime, which again does a great job. This is what's fucking terrifying to him. I think we get more just in general like internal thoughts of him when he deletes it immediately. This is bad. Yeah, it's all the same stuff here. As soon as there's her father to worry about, Okabe kind of runs through like his mind, like everybody he can even contact to in this particular moment. I don't think here he calls anyone or tries to call or anything. Yeah, then we immediately cut to the lab and stuff. So yeah, bursts into the lab, gasping for air, but just then he realized something's wrong. No, their bags. So it's all generally the same, but yeah, as you see, we don't get like the phone call. We don't see him run. It's all kind of truncated. It's relatively about the same as Reboot. I think the biggest difference is just the image seen on screen is just nowhere nearly as terrifying to elicit such a scare reaction. Anime takes that material from the visual novel, elevates it to 11 by just making him try to make a phone call to them, and they don't get it. As we see him running. And I thought there was a shot of like a cell phone in the bathroom, but I might be thinking of a scene beforehand. Yeah, this shot here, so. But that's unrelated. But yeah, it's a phenomenal scene. The anime does a brilliant job with how they depict all that, enhancing the moment. Just, yeah, the reboot just doesn't really hit as strongly. For whatever the reason. It's funny as hell, just because Okabe literally, it's the way he talks about it when he sees them. I don't even know if I can even show it on freaking screen. I need to at least see it on the other end here. See how this all sounds. Because it's essentially corpse decay. Yeah, the description of like how he sees them on the tile and all that. The only thing that's new and added is just like we get the CG of like the shower with like blood and stuff on it. It does almost for a split moment kind of make you think, oh my god, are they actually murdered type of thing. So I guess it does that. Kind of similar to what the original visual novel does. She's way more mad here. Does Okabe say anything after this? Through the stream, I see the... Okay, let's see. Does he say anything after this? Okabe describes it a lot more. Okabe describes it a lot more. You're still alive. Wipe the cold sweat off my brow and sigh deeply. Don't scare me like that. What are you guys doing packed in a tiny shower? He really screams at it. So that same little comedy approach is pretty good. So the original visual novel, it in general does a fine job. I think just what he sees on the phone is enough, even if it doesn't show the panic, frantic nature. Because again, it's a visual novel. You're not expecting motion and like in the insane. Like again, the anime just kind of takes it to another notch. Again, I think the Steins Gate anime is just designed to be in motion, because the elements in the visual novel were really made to be animated. Now, what makes this scene in the anime, I thought, even better, not only is it kind of like, it feels like a token like fan servicey shot, it does a little bit of a twist just in how, you know, Okabe reacts to it after this happens. Because this is what I always thought was good, because Okabe handles this so much more differently, and I'll just let it play out.
Shame on you. I could see Daru doing something like that maybe, but not you.
Look at you. In such a hurry to ogle us, you didn't even remember to get any snacks. What is your problem, anyway? You okay?
Ocarine?
And that's the scene. Now, it is quick, it is brief, but how Okabe reacts to it is radically different. And I think handles it probably the best way you probably could in a situation like this that may make him out just be terrible. But it's just, he's not even really playing into Kurisu just chastising him. He's not even reacting to it. It is just pure relief that they're okay. And he's not even saying anything. He's not playing into the bit. It's not like he's like super embarrassed. He hams it up way more in the original and obviously in Reboot as well. And it's I guess it's fine, but considering just how scared he was, I think this is the reactions he probably should have for the two people he holds so dearly to him, and thinking that they might have been murdered after getting that threatening message. I don't even really blame him for thinking maybe irrationally of that. It's like probably the one instance I could probably think Okabe really isn't that much in the wrong, because I'd probably be fucking scared of my mind and not thinking rationally in a sense. And obviously his intent was not supposed to be bad, but I think it handles a lot better just him just sitting there in silence, just relieved that they're okay, and not even really reacting to them in the way probably Kurisu was expecting. And she kind of probably definitely figures it out in that particular moment. Same as Mayuri, that, you know, something must have happened, because I think it paints it better, because he's not making jokes, he's not making quips or any type of nonsense. The visual novel actually in Reboot kind of does a better job with the aftermath of this, because it doesn't say as much. The original, he talks about how his pants keep getting tighter when he thinks about them. It's like, it's just not appropriate given like the intensity of the situation, like the relief. It just feels too soon to switch over to that Kyoma persona. It's one of the few instances, maybe not few instances, but it definitely is an instance where I think the anime handles the situation way better. I think this is about as probably good as you probably can handle the situation in terms of adapting it, altering it slightly to not make him seem, you know, as horrible. But I do like that it does kind of flip the switch on that typical, the kind of stuff you would see in like a harem show or a rom-com type of thing, where they had an accidental mishap, but obviously this is in the context of, the context is so different, and obviously his reaction to it is not like he's blushing and being embarrassed. It's not portrayed in a typical tropey like manner that this probably would have been in if it was some other different game. But the anime does again another instance where I think it just takes a lot better. He handles it a lot better. This is how he should probably be reacting to the situation, that he's just more relieved to see them that they're okay. I think it is overall a lot better of an approach, given the context. And it's a good scene. And I think, again, it does a really good job of this. I've always liked how they handled it. Now, if we're going to talk about fan service in terms of that fact, the visual novel has that beat like 100%. I don't even think I could show it, so. But yeah, it's the anime handles this better, like the aftermath a lot better. Even the lead up to it, because Okabe literally tries to call and like he doesn't even get anything. So that even justifies his panic even more, because they aren't even getting the phone. So I think it's one of those aspects, again, with what makes the anime really, really special is because I've read up and heard about how the director for the anime replayed through the game 6 times to know what material to keep. And when I hear that and I see moments like this in the anime, it's a lot of decisions I almost feel like I would make to try to make the scenes a little bit better. Now, obviously, you can't fix all of it because the Lukako scene and how Okabe does that is just there's really not a whole lot you can even do to really fix that. It's kind of just encoded into the freaking DNA of the game of just Okabe being stupid. But this scene is really good in how it handles this. And not everything, so yeah. That and just he makes the extra effort of like calling them and he doesn't even get anything, so that also adds to it's a great addition, great it just enhances everything that the original visual novel established. Just notches it up to 11. And just the visual style, like this is brimming with just so much personality and just putting you into perspective to basically to the point where you sympathize with Okabe for that mistake they did, because you see how like the world is like just collapsing in and around. It's like changing color. You really get in the perspective of how frantic and panicked he is. Like it's a great way to do it. It's a great section. So I loved how that was all approached. So that's essentially all I have to really say about that section, because I think it does a good job. Now, unless I'm completely wrong in like what this kanji meant, I don't know if this is supposed to be Kurisu's kanji or this is supposed to be the phone number he was supposed to message with the text, but he said he deleted it immediately. But in the anime later on, he actually still has it. I don't know what scene that is. Yeah, he still like has it, so he didn't technically delete it. I guess that's the only difference. But if I show it here, yeah, like he still actually technically has it, so it's not deleted. And I don't know if the kanji is like the same. I can't tell. There's nothing there. So I think it is the interpretation that he's calling Kurisu's phone, probably. That would make the most sense, because I think that would make the most sense of after he doesn't get anything. It rings. Yeah, then he gets it, like Mayuri. Yeah. So that's my assumption. Yeah, great scene, phenomenal. Reboot does it, I guess, okay, but when you see the original and even the visual novel, it's definitely a good chunk better. So I don't know, but I just want to kind of go on that tangent because I think, I don't know, maybe I just like going on tangents, I don't know. But also, aren't the days mixed up? Is Kurisu's like phone wave machine supposed to be finished on the... I thought it was on the 11th, but I guess I'm wrong, because it says 11th here on the original game, so... Yeah, there's just more text of like Okabe talking about the aftermath. It's been 15 minutes since he got back. They were yelling at me for a few minutes, but I hear the laughter and happy squeals. Sounds like they're sisters. Oh god, fire's pressed. Stop. Oh, that's what Okabe's saying in his mind. So that's all it's saying. Yeah. So it's another case of just certain lines are cut. I'm not going into it. I'm not gonna go on tangent on that. I need to continue. I thought it was the 11th that the phone wave got completed, or like the time wave got completed. But I guess it's the 12th, because the original is the same way too. I guess I got my dates mixed up. With the all-nighter done with, I headed to the convenience store to grab breakfast. Mayuri and Kurisu were using me as an errand boy. They even had the indignity of giving me a list. So I head back to the lab with their spoils. I spy Kurisu in a nearby park. She's talking to someone on her cell phone.
ここはやっぱり隠し撮りを観光するべきじゃありませんか?
Boy, the game literally hates Steins Gate 0 so much it like literally is breaking my damn stream. That's funny. That's so weird. That's funny. It literally is like, it literally can't handle the reference of Steins Gate Zero. If we explain it for the sake of the experiment, you'll understand.
私が言うんだから間違いありませんって。何しろ相手は私なんですから。
Oh man. Yeah, this is all new.
私、そんなに態度に出ます？それは、理不尽で不毛な要求をされた場合です。先輩だってそうでしょ？
This conversation sounds dubious. And what's with that mood? How can she be so energetic after staying up all night? Or is it because she stayed up all night? Who is she even talking to? Is a little too friendly to assume it's her dad. I can't believe her nerve, chatting so casually while I slave away as her errand boy.
そこの助手
I call her out and walk closer, but Kurisu just shoos me away with the wave of her hand.
またサボっているのか。少しは真面目に助手としての務めを果たしたらどうだ？
ちょっと、電話中なんだから入ってこないで。
断る！それよりその電話の内容、今ここで俺に全て明らかにするがいい。タイムリープマシンの開発よりも優先されるべきものかどうか、この法院教務が判断してやろう。
なんであんたに判断してもらわなくちゃいけないのよ。
助手が犯罪チックな会話をしているのを聞いてしまった以上、見過ごすわけにはいくまい。自らの手を悪に染めるのはこの俺だけでいいのだ。
別に犯罪の話なんてしてないから。研究の話よ。
What manner of research requires secret recording?
相談するときは言うから。今はラボに戻ってて。
After all that concern I show for her, she's just trying to brush me off. So be it then. I'll eat the cup of noodles I bought for her right here and now just to make a point. Wow.
すみません先輩。ちょっと邪魔が入っちゃいまして。ええ。今のはこっちで知り合った。なんて説明すればいいのか。
Hold on, now she's getting flustered on the phone. I wonder why.
共同研究者的な？厳密には全く全然そんなんじゃなくてですね。ただのお遊びサークルみたいなもので、私はそこに出入りしてる感じですかね。いやいや、違います。助手じゃないです。勝手にそう言われてるだけで、私は何の許可も。はい？挨拶？本気ですか
？Kurisu casts a few nervous glances my way.
やめておいた方がいいと思いますけど。かなり変なやつですから、きっと後悔します。おすすめしません。私は紹介したくないです。先輩が毒されたら嫌ですから。
毒されるのではない。俺と話した相手はこの俺の持つ闇のオーラに畏怖しひれ伏つのだ。何しろ俺は混沌を望む狂気の
岡部はちょっと黙ってなさいって。本当に本気ですか？どうなっても知りませんよ。
Kurisu sighs before moving her phone down from her side of her head. She turns to face me in full.
あんたに挨拶がしたいんですって。
Oh, okay. So this okay.
相手は誰だ？
私が所属してるアメリカの研究所の先輩。
なるほどな。よかろう。受けてたと。
先に注意しておくけど、変なこと言わないでよ。
変なこととは具体的には何だ？例えばお前がアットチャンネラーだということか？
その件は先輩にはもうバレてる。
Oh, interesting.
とりあえずあんたと1対1で話をさせるのは危険すぎるわね。
It's too much of a liability. Let her speak to you one. that, Greasy switches her phone to speaker mode.
先輩どうぞ。
もしもし、聞こえます？
Oh, this is Maho.
はじめまして。ビクトル・コンドリア大学脳科学研究所の研究員をしているヒアジョウ・マホと言います。
And she seems to be Japanese as well. Is this really an American language?
我が名はクオウイン京馬。
違います。岡部倫太郎です。
え？
それは世を忍ぶ仮の名に過ぎない。
こいつの言ってることは話半分に聞いてください。いえ、半分どころか1割も真に受ける必要はありません。
結論としては、正しい名前はどっちなの？
クオウインだ。
岡部です。
それで先輩とやら我が助手と一体何の話をしていた？
先輩には今回のこといろいろ相談に乗ってもらってるの。
Even though I'm addressing her senpai, Kurusu answers for herself. Wait, consulting? Advice?
私はクリスが考えを整理できるように話し相手になっているだけよ。
おかげでいいヒントをもらいました。
おいクリスティーナ、お前まさかこの先輩に我がラボの機密を漏洩したのか？
Oh, that's right. Aren't we supposed to get the whole plot point of Susaha telling Okabe that Kurisu works for CERN? Did this not happen yet? Shouldn't this happen by now? Wasn't that supposed to, like, predicate the at-channel thing? When Okabe finds out that, like, oh, she can't possibly be a spy because she can't even keep her at-channel secret hidden. Are we missing this plot point? Did they just drop that? Am I losing my mind? Did they... I'm sorry.
国家どころか世界を、いや人類の歴史そのものを揺るがしかねない世紀の大発明を外に漏らしたのか？
漏らしてない。クリティカルなところはぼかしてる。
そうね、クリスが言う通りよ。相談というより雑談に近いわ。私とクリスは同じ研究をしているからその話題がほとんどだったわね。ただ雑談に応じたのが迂闊だったのは間違いないからその点は謝ります。ごめんなさい。
先輩が謝る必要ないですよ。
いいのよ、同じ研究者として岡部さんの気持ちもわかるから。
先輩とやらまさか謝っただけで全て終わったつもりでいるのか？未来ガジェット研究所も随分と舐められたものだ。
ちょっと
どういうこと？
クリスティーナの先輩だろうとなんだろうと情報漏洩の疑いがある人間を無罪放免するつもりはない。俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト、そんな甘い人間ではないのだ。
狂気のマッドサイエンティスト？意味が重複しているわよ、それ。
Exactly。その通りでございます。
ヒア城真帆と言ったな、先輩。そちらがその気ならこの俺にも考えがある。
考え？
なーに、簡単なことだ。先輩にはラボメンになってもらう。
ラボメン？
何言い出すの？
何を驚いている。むしろこれは自然な流れだろう。これまでにも我がラボの機密が漏れた事例はあった。シアツ氏、ルカコ、フェイリス、スズハ、そいつらは今や全員ラボメンとして取り込み済みだ。
自慢げに言ってるけどほとんどはあんたのうっかりミスが原因でしょ。
ならば先輩についても同じ対応を取るしかあるまい。というわけでヒア城真帆、お前を今この時よりラボメンナンバー009に任命する。今すぐ飛行機のチケットを取りこの秋葉原に馳せ参じるがいい。
な
助手が信頼するほどの人物ならさぞ優秀なのだろう。我がラボは大幅に戦力アップし助手の手綱も握ってもらえる。言うことなしだな。
全部聞こえてるぞ。
さあ選ぶがいい。ティア城真帆、この俺の下で人類史を塗り替える世紀の研究に従事するか、クリスティーナを見捨ててのうのうとアメリカで生きるか。
クリス、この人大丈夫なの？
It's actually really okay. It actually is really funny to actually get this particular dialogue with these two. It's such a completely different context because Okabe interacts with Maho in like Zero, where Okabe is such a different person emotionally. So to hear him like in his Kyoma persona, like so vibrantly, like peak Kyoma is pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Is this person mentally? Oh, that's a good line. That's a good one.
あまり大丈夫じゃないと思います。
アットチャンネラーであり変態天才少女には言われたくないな。
とにかく先輩、岡部の言うことは無視していいです。日本にも来なくていいですから。
おい、勝手に決めるな。
うるさい。脳みそをわさび醤油漬けにするわよ。
That's a good line too. She looks that serious.
ごめんなさい。私が挨拶をしたいと言い出したばかりにいろいろ混乱させてしまって。この後教授と実験があるからこの辺で失礼させてもらおうかしら。
待て先輩、まだこちらの問いに答えていないぞ。
空気読みなさい。先輩がドン引きしてるのがわからないの？
そうね。はっきり言わせてもらうと全く話についていけなかったわ。ただクリスとは相性が良さそうだからそこは安心したけれど。
You have a good thing. That's cute. Maho gets it. That's cute. That's a good one.
なんでそうなるんですか？
だってあなたが誰かとこんな風に砕けた会話をしているのを見たのは初めてだったから。
Oh, okay. Okay, that's actually a nice little insight there.
自分で気づいていないの？あなたこっちにいた時とはまるで別人よ。
Okay. Okay, that's even more interesting to get these lines then. How she's different. Even with Maho's this softens the idea with Maho's existence a little more, just that Kurisu's actually, even Maho notices that she's a bit different, or she's a bit. Okay, that this helps a little bit. I have a lot to say after this scene, though, to be honest, but that's a good line. Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
違いますから。岡部に対してはほぼ悪態です。悪態。あと愚痴、それと文句。
That was a good one.
こいつの相手は本当に疲れるんですから。
その言葉はそっくり返してやろう。上司の分際で口答えが多すぎる。
You're too sassy for an assistant.
クリスのことよろしく頼みます、岡部さん。
Okay. Take good care of Chris. That's cute.
フォーイン京まだ。
そうよろしくホーインさん。クリス帰ってくる日が決まったら改めて連絡をちょうだい。それまではアマデウスの件こちらで進めておくわ。
あ、はい、お願いします。
That call ends, and Kurisu lets out a heavy sigh.
最悪。やっぱり先輩とあんたが話すの OK するんじゃなかった。
クリスティーナにしては随分買っているな。どういう人なのだ
Kurisu fiddles around with her phone and pulls up a photo. On it, I see a tall, middle-aged American-looking man, and Kurisu herself, and a young woman.
この右の人が真帆先輩。
This is surreal to see this in Steins Gate. What? That's a visual right there. Oh my god. The one on the right here is Maho-san.
ってどう見ても子供ではないか。
あんたそれ先輩の前で言ったら訴訟を起こされるわよ。
Litigation.
言っとくけど先輩は私より年上だから。
Could have fooled me.
まあいい。それよりアマデウスというのは何だ。
私と先輩が共同で研究してるプロジェクト。
It's like they're kind of shoehorning it in a little bit because Amadeus was never ever referenced in the original. That's kind of like, and they only really were working on or developing it after her death in Zero. So I'm not really a fan of the idea of like they were already working on it. Even I don't know. It does feel a little shoehorned in. I wish that wasn't even like a concept they're even thinking about yet. Like I don't mind if the characters exist, but like it feels a little shoehorned in. That Amadeus is already being worked on.
私の論文をより発展させたものなの。タイムリープマシンの発想の元にもなってる。
It's okay. Okay, it's built on ideas raised on my paper. Yeah, I think in the anime itself, I think the paper showed it was like published in like April, and I think even in Zero they referenced it was a version of Kurisu that was from I think April, because obviously she went to this in Japan in like July, so they used all the memories and data from her by April of that year. So I think that all lines up from when the paper was published, to my knowledge, from the same route that inspired the Time Machine.
ほう、詳しく聞こう。そのプロジェクトタイムリープマシン以外の開発にも活かせるかもしれん。
言うわけないでしょ。情報漏洩するなって言ったのはどこのドイツよ。
それはこちらの情報を漏洩する場合だ。外部の情報を俺にこっそり提供するのは大歓迎だ。何しろこの俺は。
はいはい、狂気狂気。ああ、お腹すいた。ほら戻るわよ。マユリも待ってるし、ちゃんとカップ麺買ってきたんでしょうね。
Kurisu gives me dismissive wave and walks ahead. She played me like a damn fiddle again.
おーす、岡部倫太郎。
Okay, I have a lot to say about that. Well, maybe not a lot, but yeah, I've heard something about they're referencing Zero, and I guess that was the scene. I'm actually surprised that they included because they didn't really need to. But if anything, with that conversation, not only do I never really was a big fan of the idea that Kurisu technically had a friend like Maho in America, because the original kind of paints the picture as if she didn't even have anyone. That's the way she describes. She never ever described like having anyone to talk to. So retconning that has always been really stupid, because you lessen the importance of how the lab was supposed to represent her, how much Okabe meant to her, how he welcomed her in with open arms. It lessens all of that, and it still does. I still feel the same. However, I do like the fact that Maho even says, trying to see, I think there was 2 lines here. He even says, like, you and Kurisu have a good thing going on. But even her saying, I do like this, because it does paint it a little more of how Kurisu's demeanor and personality has at least changed, or she's not nearly as, I guess, sad, or something is different with her. Even Maho points it out. So even with her saying that I never heard you interact with someone so casually before, which is huge. Maybe we can get the vibe just with how she is normally, but definitely gives you a bit of an idea of what she was like beforehand, where she just wasn't as chitter-chatter. It's interesting to point that out, because it gives you a little more context of what she was like in the lab at America from Maho's perspective. The way you talk with him is completely different to how you are at our lab. Those two lines, I think, help a lot of... Though it still negates some of that idea that Kurisu just is, or that how it took some of that away. I do like it still keeps the fact that Kurisu, through Okabe's influence, has still made her a better person, or at least brought out a better side of her, to where she's just a more just casual, and just Okabe kind of helped her with that inadvertently, without even like him trying. Like Kurisu just feels that much more comfortable. I'm glad it paints that and illustrates that a little more. It does soften the blow a little bit of how I felt with it, and that makes the scene a little bit better. I thought it was going to be just total... there was going to be nothing I can take away from it, and it was just going to be me being really angry. But I'm glad that there's something I can take away from it that's good. Even how Kurisu just kind of like melts and freaks out about it. And her performance feels pretty on point. Again, I don't have anything to compare it to, so this actually is an instance where it actually works really well and it stands on its own. It's a great little scene. And also just the idea that Maho's interacting with this, like I was saying earlier, like interacting with this version of an Okabe that's way more Hoenn Kyoma, like sapped, or just so much full of that more vinegar. Because in Zero with Okabe and Maho's interactions, there's a lot of... Okabe just isn't the same anymore because there's just so much that went on. And both are essentially grieving over Kurisu not being alive in that world line. So their interactions are so different. And Maho only really gets that Okabe Kyoma persona like right at the very, very end. So to see this early on and how they banter is shockingly unique and interesting. Just in that regard, just seeing it that much earlier and just so... Especially from this version of Maho that's never ever interacted with Okabe up until this point. So she's getting a completely like blind version. Makes the interaction in this section a lot more interesting and fun when you think of it like that. So I like how Maho even says, "Take good care of Kurisu, okay, Okabe." Like that's cute. That's cute. Like she's essentially given it like their blessing of those two together. Now essentially. It's a cute scene, it's fine. I still think the concept that they were working on Amadeus, even by this point, is weird, because I like in Zero, again, I'm only going off the anime, so maybe it's different in the visual novel, but it seemed like they were working on Amadeus because of her death. Because that takes place like 4 months after the events of July, so it's like into like December. So they're already working on Amadeus, and presumably for the last 4 or 5 months, that's what they were working on. That was the original reason. I don't know why they would be even working on it here when she's alive, when they're supposed to be working on it to kind of preserve her memories and such. Because it wasn't being worked on before. So it feels a little shorthand that they're kind of working on it beforehand, but maybe in the original like visual novel, they were already working on it even before her passing. I don't know. So there is a bit of confusion on my part there. Because I'm not 100% sure. Does it matter? I guess it kind of does with like the trying to make it all tie in with the lore. Again, I kind of wish they didn't even bring it up, but I know it depends. It all depends on if Amadeus literally was being worked on before her death or was it worked on after. The anime, I remember it being kind of after her death. I don't want to bring up Steins Gate Zero and compare that because we're going to be here another, like, 30 minutes trying to break that down. Or I can just literally freaking Google it. Let's see. What can I type? My phone literally do the bare minimum lately. This is a very expensive phone. It should just... Wow, it is literally just struggling to load. That is really sad. Can I bring up just the keyboard? Thank you. It took my keyboard. Okay. When... Holy shit, phone. Just work. Just do the bare minimum. Stop bringing up my keyboard and disappearing itself. When did Amadeus... When did it begin? Like progress. The Intelligence Project is first introduced to Oakbay on November 23rd. But that's when he first saw it. When was it being worked on? Let me reword it. Begin development. Steins Gate 0. Oh. Huh. Huh. Okay, you know what? Maybe this is canon. I feel like the anime changed that, or maybe I'm misremembering it. Maybe I'll eat my words a little bit because it says March 28th, so this is in August, so it's already been in development. Apparently, by what this is saying, Amadeus was created by Alexis Leskinen and Maho using Kurisu Maki's memory and brain science thesis. Kurisu conceptualized ideas related to the project around March 28, 2010, before traveling to Japan, where she died. Her backup memories were uploaded to Amadeus shortly prior to that trip. March 20th, Makazi maps out core concepts and ideas related to the Amadeus system framework while at Victor University. July 2010, Kurisu's memories are successfully backed up and digitized right before her fateful trip to Japan. Okay, I'll eat my words. So it was already in development. So that actually would line up with the lore of what Steins Gate Zero established. So it doesn't feel shoehorned in terms of like its existence. And I just swear, the anime made it seem like it was worked on like after she died, or like in July. So I thought that's why it was created. I could be misremembering it. Maybe this is one of the many things the anime did differently than the visual novel, because I heard that the Steins Gate Zero anime and visual novel apparently is like a flip of how the anime and visual novels is like with Steins Gate, where some people kind of think the anime is stronger than a visual novel. When Steins Gate Zero, there's people that don't really like the anime, but then they'll say the visual novel's better. And from what I've heard, there might be some truth to it, because it seems like the anime just truncates a lot of stuff. Way too much stuff, because the game has way too many interlocking plot lines. Everything with Calgary is, I guess, better in the visual novel, like with how they depict it, because it is just a convoluted mess in the anime. So the visual novel might be a little bit better in terms of describing that. I have not played it, because part of me gets annoyed of how they characterize Kurisu and kind of minimize just her tragedy or the sadness that she kind of went through, or how lonely she felt. I didn't really like that. And also how they treat like Maho being kind of better than her at the end of it, when they built the whole game around the concept that she's supposed to be inferior. And they frame it as if, oh, she can make the time leap device better than Kurisu, and it just feels wrong. Maybe the visual novel words it better, and the anime just made that terrible, because you had like the AI version of Kurisu basically saying like you're a better version of me. It's like essentially, I don't really like that. Zero has a couple of problems in the anime that I just really didn't like. So if the visual novel does it better, I'd love to be proven wrong. But it doesn't really leave a good taste in my mouth that makes you want to watch. And also, I think it just, because she's not even there, it kind of feels like there's just a big void. And I guess that is the point. It just kind of hurts in a weird way to not have her be there. And the game does try to incorporate her, but when it's not really her, it does feel like this weird feeling of it's not really her. I don't know. Maybe it's better in visual novel form than the anime, how they depicted it, all of it. I don't know. That and the anime had like no idea what it wanted to depict Amadeus, because sometimes it's 2D, sometimes it's 3D. It is a confusing mess on what on earth it's even supposed to look like. It's like half the time it's like they don't even know what the budget. They have no idea what animation style they want to go for it, so it gets confusing. I don't know, that's a Steins Gate Zero tangent for a whole other day, when I have more information. But that entire section was new. Though, a little weird, only because Kurisu needed all that time to get it done at a specific time, so it's weird to see her out doing all that stuff there, but it probably didn't even take that long. of a phone call and that interaction. So it's not like the one Suzuha ending where she's out riding the bike and like wasting time, and when she should be working on a tile leap machine and finishing that. Like that's a whole other plot hole. Like that's a giant plot hole. This isn't really that big of a deal. I don't think it changes anything. Anyways, headaches aside, tangents aside, we're gonna keep on going. How far am I through this freaking chapter? Because I've been rambling for so damn long. Oh my sweet Jesus, I still have like half of it left to go. I'm gonna be here all night. Alright, let's just keep going. I nod at Suzuha outside the workshop. She's leisurely as ever. Come to think of it, we're looking for that certain something that functions as the lifter, but I hadn't considered that it might be in the Bronze workshop. I surmised that it would be external to the microwave, but I still assumed that it would be in the lab somewhere. However, if you think of it vertically, the lab's development room and the Bronze workshop are right on top of each other. This feels weird. This is not how it's I remember in the visual novel, in the original, because it's more by like pure accident. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's have the scene play out, and I can maybe look at it more, because it feels weird that we're kind of trying to spell it out already. In which case, could our something be a CRT? What? Oh, why is this so?
ねえ、昨日も椎名真由里は止まったの？
When I listen to Phantasm songs at times like these, I sink even deeper into the darkness. Yeah, join me. Thank you, Ferris. Did Sheena Mayuri stay over yesterday?
おお
ってことは、マキセクリスも？
ああ、二人とも上にいる。
そっか。
お前の方はどうだ？
どうだって？
少しは元気が出たのか？
ああ、うん。まあね。創作は継続中。岡部倫太郎って、私と同い年なのに、すごく年上って感じだな。
That's the first time anyone said that to me. It makes me kind of happy.
当たり前だ。俺は不院教魔なのだからな。
でもさ、これだけは忠告しとくけど、マキセクリスには留意して。
Be circumspect in your dealings with Kamikazegames.
留意？
Hey, we're getting that plot point. Okay, I thought we forgot about. I thought the game forgot about it. I guess this is where it actually happens. Why can't she say careful like a normal person? Not that I'm one to talk.
またか。ただの逆恨みだろ。
違う。これは事実。私はそれを存知してる。
That's a big word, Suzuha. Is she just saying Kurisu is dangerous? There's something strange about the way Suzuha is talking. It's not just pernicious. It's such an unusual word. There's something else. Something...
あの女の頭脳は危険すぎ。それに、結局あいつ、実験のことしか考えてないんだ。君たちは利用されてるだけだよ。いい？よく聞いて。あの女は、セルンに通じてる。
No, that's impossible. CERN is our enemy. If Daro's hacking is discovered, I have no doubt they will do everything in their power to destroy us. How can Kurisu be connected to CERN?
つまりスパイだと言いたいのか？
Suzuha nods for a moment.
タイムマシン開発の功績も、あの女のものになった。
Again, Suzuha's words sound strange to my ears. But I can't put my finger on why.
だからさ、気を許しちゃダメ。
I don't believe it. I saw Kurisu's anger when she learned what CERN had been doing. She called their actions a betrayal of scientists everywhere. It shows that she simply loves science. Kurisu can't be a spy. Perhaps this is some sort of womanly squabble. If so, then it's none of my business.
時にバイト戦士よ、お前に協力を頼みたい。ミスター・ブラウンの目を5秒でいいから引きつけておいてもらいたいのだ。
色仕掛けだね。
For whatever reason, she flexes her arm.
触ってみ。
ふむ。
I poke it at with my finger. That certainly is some firm muscle. To be honest, she's probably stronger than me. But I don't understand what flexing has to do with seduction.
誰も色仕掛けをしろとは言っていない。お前がやりたいと言うなら構わんが。
それぐらいできなきゃ戦士失格だし。それにさ、父さんのこと一緒に探すって言ってくれたでしょ。だから私もできるだけ君に協力したい。
なるほど。ならば戦士よ、任せるぞ。
オキドキ。
Oh no. Oh no. I head to the CRT workshop with Suzuha by my side.
おお、岡部。どうした？
Oh, that wasn't even me. That's the game cutting him off.
おお、岡部。どうした？
Yeah, that's the game. Ugh. Ew. Ew, that's the first time that's happened. That's like My Darling's Embrace levels of, like, audio cutting.
こんにちは、オカリンおじさん。
They really are a matching pair. Just as I'm about to give Suzuha the signal,
店長、刮目せよ。
with a vigorous shout, which in no way seems appropriate for seduction, Suzuha whips off her jacket and...
Yeah!
She tosses it right into the manager's face.
岡部倫太郎、今だ。
Now just wait a second. I had to sign up for this. But it's too late to back off now.
よくやった戦士よ。お前の英雄的行動に感謝する。
I hurriedly called Krisu. I told her earlier to start the experiment the moment my call goes through. Suddenly the floor begins to shake.
この揺れって。
The manager flails his arms around and rips the jacket off himself.
ほら、岡部。揺らすなって何度言ったらわかんだ。バイトまで抱き込みやがって。家賃1万円アップするぞ。
待ってください、ミスター・ブラウン。これは我がラボの仕業ではなく自信だ。俺の魔眼リーディングシュタイナーがそう予知を。
自信だ？そんなごまかしが通用すると思ってんのか？
Tremors intensify, sending a stacked CRT crashing to the ground.
ブラウン管ちゃんが。
Crap, I can't talk my way out of this one.
めえ、岡部。
At that moment, the tremor causes a screwdriver to fall off onto the remote control switch. The image that was displayed on CRT TV clicks off.
収まった？
みてえだな。
It's over? Wait, it's over?
岡部倫太郎？
Oh, he gets it. He gets it.
見つけた。ついに見つけたぞ。これに間違いない。そうだ。これこそがリフターに変わるもの。
The lifter was the CRT TV under the lab the whole time. Oh, what a reveal.
これほどわかりやすいのになぜ気づかなかったのだ俺は。いや、今この瞬間に気づいたことこそがシュタインズゲートの選択だということか。
おい、岡部。何笑ってやがる。うちの娘を怖がらせるな。それとブラウン管の弁償と家賃値上げだからな、おい。
少し静かにしていただきましょうか、ミスター・ブラウン。 今まさに俺は時空の支配者となることが確定したのですからね。
The freaking why was he like forcing out the ha's in the laugh?
Gawk!
Stars explode behind my eyes as Mr. Brown drives his fist into the top of my head. The world spins. I struggle to get hold of my shaken brain. My sight fills with countless stars.
こんな俺に暴力を振るうとは。
That's probably a fair way to to treat that.
ミスター・ブラウン、ブラウン管の弁償についてはひとまずつけで頼みます。
I bolt out of the workshop at top speed.
なんでそんなわかりやすいことに今まで気づかなかった？
That was her first reaction when I told her that the 42-inch CRT TV downstairs may be acting as the lifter.
なぜ俺は責められているのか。
責めてるんじゃない。私も含めて誰も気づけなかった間抜けさにがっかりしてるだけ。
東大元暮らしはガチ。
整理すると、さっき電話レンジカッコ仮を稼働させビルが揺れ出した時は42型のブラウン管テレビはついていた。だがテレビを消すと同期するようにして揺れも収まったのだ。
放電現象は途中で強制的に中断された。念のためにバナナを入れておいたんだけどジェリーマンにはならなかった。
それはね、いいことだと思うな。食べ物を粗末にしちゃダメだよ。
Nobody replies to Myri's off-point statement. We're busy reading about cathode ray tubes on the internet. It doesn't take long before we find something interesting. A cathode ray tube has a component called an electric gun. Electron gun. It uses extreme heat and a strong electric field to accelerate electrons and turn them into a beam. Oh, not load. An area where electronic force has influence, for example, rubbing a balloon and putting it close to your head makes your hair rise due to the influence of the resulting static electric field. The electronic beam striking the TV screen phosphor layer is what generates the picture. An electron gun could certainly work as a lifter.
解は出たわね。42型ブラウン管が放出してる電子が電話レンジの作り出したリング特異点に干渉してた。放電現象はその影響よ。
夜になると電話レンジが使えなくなったのはブラウン管工房が閉まってる時間だったからか。
The Round 2 workshop doesn't have strict business hours generally, but it does tend to open roughly 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. That matches up perfectly with my observation that the phone wave name subject change only works between noon and 7. Yep, ties back to that. So it all makes sense with how the phone wave worked or what time it worked, which is great to get that full confirmation where it all makes sense with that. The few instances it hasn't worked during that time frame can be explained by the TV being off.
だがブラウン管がそんなに強力な電子を放出しているとは思えん。
電子量は強ければいいというわけじゃない。そんな単純な問題ならセルンはとっくに問題を解決してる。
I see. So it can't be too strong or too weak.
まさに偶然の一致よ。ここには奇跡的にタイムマシンができる環境が揃ってた。
いや、違うなクリスティーナ。全てはシュタインズゲートの選択だ。
別に何だっていいけど。
つまりね、スーパー電話レンジちゃんを完成させるためにはどうすればいいの？
原因が究明できたなら恐れることはない。 あの大きなブラウン管がついてるとき、タイムリープは可能になるという解を導けると思う。リフターの代替装置が見つかった今、タイムリープマシンは 99% 出来上がってる。このラボの夢でしょ、タイムマシンは。
Our dream. I never thought about it that way.
この俺の夢は時空を意のままに操り、これまでの支配構造をぶち壊すこと。
Yeah, right.
そしてそこに新たな混沌を。
岡部、私は法王院じゃなくて
No.
岡部の意見が聞きたい。
I wasn't asking Halloween. I was asking Okabe. With a nod, I direct Krisu to complete the machine.
オカリンオカリン、ちょっと来て。これをね、持っててくれないかな。こうしてビローンって広げて。
I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves. It's hard to believe, given her usual distance, but Mayuri is very serious about her art. That's why cosplayers value her costume so highly.
ありがとう。できた
完成か。
ー。クリスちゃんより先にできたよ。競争してたんだ。
負けたわ、マユリ。お見事ね。
Damn you, assistant. She treats me and Dora like garbage, but Mayuri gets the sisterly touch.
でもこっちももう終わりよ。完成。
引き分けだね。
あー疲れたお。フェイリスタに癒されたい。
I am shocked it did not give me a tip on what TLC means. You would think that one would be a little like a tip and not artist. This needs more of a tip than whatever. His tone couldn't sound any flatter. Honestly, I don't feel like cheering either, and it's not because I'm tired. This is a time machine. A tool capable of transcending space-time and sending consciousness into the past. Part of me never truly believed we would complete it. Thoughts of stunned disbelief crawled through the back of my mind. So what now? What do we actually do with this? I look at Chris.
私たちひょっとするととんでもないものを作っちゃったかもしれない。
I look at the improved phone wave name subject to change again. I barely even noticed the difference, but I see it now. What's on the desk? Oh my goodness. The biggest change is the headgear attached to the X68000. You just put it on and let the sensors do the rest. It looks a little cheap, but I'll let it slide. I'll let this one slide.
助手よ、全員に分かるようにこのタイムリープマシンの仕組みについてレクチャーしてくれ。
I know the basics, but I want to hear the details.
一言で言うと、これは記憶をデータ化してリング得意点を通過させ過去へ飛ばす装置。
Okay, that's cool. It's cool. Okay, this is all the same from the original. Just original zoomed in more, but yeah, this is. I'm happy we got this at least to see this on the screen. In short, this device converts memories to data and sends them to the past.
電話レンジには偶然にもタイターが語ったタイムマシンとほぼ同じ機能が備えられてた。リング得意点を生み出し、そのトンネルを通って過去へと36バイトプラスアルファのデータを転送することができる。局所場指定、つまり過去のどこへ到達するかについては携帯電話に限定することでクリアした。 D メールと違って今回は電話をかける形にしたから、メールアドレスじゃなくて電話番号によって局所場指定することになる。生み出されたリング得意点の超重力を安定させ裸にするための電子注入装置、リフターの役割を担ってるのは開花の42型ブラウン管よ。それが点灯している時だけ このマシンは機能する。
She explained the basics. Next, she'll explain the modifications she made to turn the phone wave name subject to change into the now officially named Time Leap Machine.
電話レンジには新たにヘッドギアを接続した。これによって側頭葉、正確に言うと海馬の CA3 に蓄積されている記憶の神経パルスパターンを操作するの。
CA3. Okay, this is where we need it to. The hippocampus is divided into 3 historical sections: CA1, CA2, and CA3. CA refers to the name given to the hippocampus by anatomist Garganet in 1742. Cora Anomalous, the horn of moon. Okay, thank you.
その解析データは VR 技術を用いて神経パルス信号から電気信号へとエンコードしデータ化される。
データ容量はおよそ 3.24 テラだお。
3.24 terabytes. It's less than I expected. We're talking about the entirety of a person's memories.
このデータにはあらかじめ次元式のデコードプログラムを仕掛けておく。
A decoding program. Restoring compressed or encrypted data to its initial state. Okay.
これはプログラムに詳しい人なら誰でもできるものよ。橋田にプログラムを作ってもらった。この電気信号データをネットを通してフランスにあるセルンの LHC へと転送。
This building has a direct line to CERN for some reason. So no matter how much data we send, it should be transferred fairly quickly.
3.24 テラのデータを転送するのにかかる時間は？
直通回線は1本だけじゃなくて64本が束になってるんだお。だから64分割して並列に送ればだいたい45秒ぐらいでいけると思われ。
That's pretty fast.
LHC を遠隔操作してミニブラックホールを作ったら、その周辺で生み出される超重力による無限圧縮を利用してデータを36バイトまで圧縮する。
3 terabytes is about 3 trillion bytes. Compressing that into just 36 bytes. That's one hell of a squeeze.
圧縮にも時間がかかるのか？
こっちは一瞬。何しろブラックホールの力使ってるからだいたい23ミリ秒でいける。
バイナリデータの超圧縮はミニブラックホール周辺でのみ有効よ。そこから離れた時点でデータは勝手に解凍を始めてしまう。解凍までにかかる時間も圧縮時と同じ23ミリ秒。
その間に LHC からこのペケロッパを経由して電話レンジまで戻さないといけない。まあ36バイトプラスアルファ程度のデータなら楽勝で間に合うを。
クリスティーナ、続けろ。
タイムリープマシン側では起動と同時にカーブラックホール効果が発生してリング特異点が生成されてる。放電現象が発生したら LHC から36バイトプラスアルファまで圧縮したデータを戻しリング特異点内を通り抜けさせる。このあたりは電話レンジとやることは同じ。データはタイマーに入力しておいた時間分を遡り過去の携帯電話へとつながる。リング特異点を通り抜けて過去の携帯電話に到達する頃には23ミリ秒が経過してデータは自動的に解凍されてるはず。解凍と同時にデコードプログラムが展開して電気信号から神経パルス信号に戻す。受信先の携帯電話に到達すると神経パルス信号は送話口から 0.02 アンペアほどの微弱な放電現象となって発せられるの。これが携帯電話を耳に当てる受信者のこめかみ付近に放射されるわけ。
受信者が電話の呼び出しに出るのが前提だな。
出なければ記憶の転送は失敗に終わる。まあその場合は特にデメリットは何もないわね。
メールではなく電話をかけることにした理由は？
携帯電話が受信者のこめかみ付近にあることでデータを受信者の側頭葉に送り込みやすくなるから。人間のこめかみ周辺には大脳前頭葉と大脳側頭葉が位置してるんだけど、最初に言った通り側頭葉は海馬傍回があって 記憶を貯蓄する場所なの。そこに送信者の全記憶の塊である神経パルス信号が携帯電話から放射される。これで記憶の上書きは完了。同時に携帯電話からは側頭葉を刺激する神経パルス信号も出す。これが重要。前頭葉から側頭葉へはトップダウン記憶検索信号というのが発信されてる。
Top down memory retrieval signal. Okay. This is where the tips are coming in like handy because this I need this. Neural pulse signals transferred from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe during memory recall. Okay, thank you. This is the tips I need, not for freaking stupid expensive. I'm not gonna let that go. But yeah, continue, Krisu.
これは記憶を思い出すときに発信される信号。前頭葉を刺激する神経パルスを放射することで、このトップダウン記憶検索信号を意図的に発信させる。これによって送信者から送られた全記憶を受信者に強制的に思い出させるという作用が発生する。未来の記憶を思い出すのよ。それに必要な時間は1秒に満たない。結果、受信者は送信者と全く同じ記憶を持つ状態となり、タイムリープは完了。例えば、送信者と受信者の時間差が1週間ある場合、受信者は1週間後の未来までに自分が体験した記憶を思い出すことになるわけ。注意すべきなのは、意識や人格は転送しないということ。その2つは受信者に依存する。
おっぱいに例えて教えてくんない？
Jesus.
お
Creases cheeks flushed red. She falls silent. I decide to explain it myself. Sans boobs.
現在のダルの記憶を小学生の頃のダルへと転送したとする。今のダルは2次元にも3次元にも無機物にも燃えられる変態だが、小学生時代はまだまだ無邪気な鼻垂れ小僧だったはず。
Oh my god, the fucking description. Right now you're some kind of omnisexual pervert who thinks inanimate objects are hot, but in elementary school you were still an innocent child.
小学校時代の僕はそれは真面目なクソガキでしたが何か？
I was a boring little bastard who did nothing but study.
つまり記憶は今の19歳の変態ダルのものだが、意識、人格はその真面目なクソガキのままとなる。見た目は子供、頭脳は大人な名探偵は成立しないということだ。
Okabe would know, like case closed. He would absolutely know case closed. That's a good reference, Okabe. I'm sure Kurisu probably gets it too.
なんだつまんねえ。
It's not exactly. It's not. Wow. It's not exactly the time. Wow. I can't talk. I must be really tired. It's not exactly the type of time leap you see in sci-fi where consciousness itself travels through time. But right now, it's the best thing we can achieve.
携帯がブラックホールとホワイトホールのような役割を果たすから、記憶を送れるのは自分が携帯を持ってる時期の範囲内になる。注意すべきなのは、送信者と受信者は同一人物でなければならないということ。例えば過去の自分ではなく、親や友達が代わりに出てしまった場合、神経パルス信号はその親や友達に向けて放射される。
I always thought, not that I want to add more like Steins game material, but I really wished we got an instance where they send their consciousness to somebody that's not themselves, like Chris says, like your parents, friend, relative, and they answer it, and then that person gets that other person's memories, and like what would happen? Would the body reject it? Would it just be like you would get like a mental breakdown? I love to see just the aftermath of that, or how, like, what would happen. I feel like there's a lot of potential for like insane madness to happen, and maybe they'll do that in like Steins Gate ? Which is literally the name of the project apparently. I don't know. Maybe it would just get too confusing of who is who if we start throwing memories and consciousness into other people. It might be just too much of a convoluted mess to try to keep track of everyone. I don't know, but I've always thought of that. Maybe I'm sure there's some like fan fiction that kind of plays with this concept, but yeah, it's interesting to think about.
そうなると、親や友達の体に送信者の記憶が上書きされてしまう。
Your memories would end up overwriting someone else's brain.
下手をすると、重大な人格障害が起きるかもしれない。
Yeah, severe personality disorders in the best case. In the best case, that's the best. Wow.
説明は以上よ。
Silence falls across the lab.
それでどうする？
どうするって？
タイムリープマシンの扱いについてだ。
私たちの手に負える代物じゃないのは確かよ。一番無難なのは研究機関に譲渡して国家プロジェクト扱いにしてもらうことね。
I can tell that she's not pleased to have reached this conclusion, but I think that something inside her probably wants to conduct this experiment.
実感が湧かないな。
マユシーも湧かないよ。
岡部の意見は？ちなみに法王院じゃなくて岡部の意見ね。
That's the third time she's specifically asked for Okabe's opinion, not Halloween. My opinion aligns with Kurisu's, but there's still a nagging feeling.
実験してみたい気持ちはある。だが実際にタイムリープを行うには。
This is unknown territory, not just for us, but for all of humanity.
誰がタイムリープするんだ？
誰って決めるのは難しい。
僕はパス。
Not a single person here wants the honor of being history's first time traveler. Everyone except for Mayuri is probably thinking about what could go wrong. What if the time leap were to fail?
セルンのタイムマシンみたいにゼリーマン化する可能性はゼロよ。このマシンで送るのはデータであって実物じゃないんだから。タイムリープに対する先入観にとらわれないで。まるで意識そのものをカット&ペーストするように思われるかもしれないけど、そうじゃなくてあくまでもコピー&ペーストなの。しかも記憶だけをね。オリジナルが消えることはない。
That's a very wow, I can't talk. That's a very easy to understand example, but that's not the problem.
過去へ転送したデータが何らかのミスでフラクタル構造化してしまう可能性はある。もし仮に俺が1時間前へタイムリープしたとして、フラクタル構造化によりスカスカになった記憶データが1時間前の俺の脳にぶち込まれるかもしれない。それは一種の記憶喪失と同じ状態になりかねないのでは？
かもね。
もしそうなった場合、その1時間後には現在に到達することになる。その時1時間遡った記憶喪失の俺と現在の俺が俺の脳で競合するわけだが、どちらのデータが生き残る？
理屈で考えれば1時間前にコピーが移された時点で今も変化するから。
The conflicting current me disappears then.
それはつまりコピー&ペーストではないということにならないか？
わからない。未だかつて時間を超越した前例なんて一つもないから。
D メールでは世界は改変後に沿って再構成された。
I'm the only one who's aware of this, however.
タイムリープしてどうなるかはわからないのよ。タイターが言うように多世界解釈なら、タイムリープした時点で別の世界線に分岐する可能性と、同じ世界線のまま時間だけを遡る可能性、それが同時に存在することになる。と同時に現在の岡部が消えない可能性の世界線も当然存在してるわけで、おそらく この現在はそれに該当することになると思う。
But that's only if the many worlds interpretation holds in the first place.
お前はタイターの言うことは信じていないのではなかったのか？
可能性の話をしてる。タイターはこの際どうでもいい。コペンハーゲン解釈なら、あらゆる状態が波動関数として空間に広がってることになる。
The Copenhagen theory. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Really? Wow, it just removed all of that. Because I messed up once. That's... And they're not even in order. Those are just unread. Okay. A well-known approach to the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment. In this interpretation, before the box is open, the cat exists as a combination of two wave functions, one that is alive and one that is dead. The instant the box is open and the cat is observed, the wave function collapses to either condition. If the cat is alive upon opening the box, the wave function collapses to become a live cat. Conversely, if the cat is dead, the wave function collapses to become dead cat. Another quantum approach to this experiment is the many worlds interpretation. In this case, the observer who found the cat alive and the observer who found the cat dead exist in two separate universes that diverge the moment the box is opened. The Copenhagen interpretation is currently the dominant theory. Something the game does a lot too is that type of, like, what happens to Okabe when he time leaps or does something, or is he still there? What like, it doesn't always show what happens when he goes somewhere else. Even up to this point in the game, it doesn't ever show like what happens. So that is a lot to like think about. Or it's just, I guess it's just interesting to kind of theorize. Even though I think the game kind of makes it clear eventually that it's just the world line shifts and it becomes one singular world line. The anime actually, I don't know. Damn it! I literally screwed that all up. Wave functions. Okay, let's just. I screwed all that up because I missed it once. Why on earth is it not here? The wave function theory. Why is that not here? In quantum theory, a function representing a quantum state, scientists are not sure if a wave function represents reality or a convenient mathematical abstraction to describe what goes on in quantum mechanics. Okay. Alright, let's just continue.
そして、観測者が観測した瞬間、どちらかに状態が収束する。
But precise observation is impossible.
観測者は誰かというのも問題だ。
第三者じゃね？僕とかマユシとか。
そうとは限らない。観測者は俺かもしれないし、それ以外の誰かかもしれないし、神かもしれない。結局は意識はどこにあるかという問題に行き着く。
このタイムリープマシンが転送するのはあくまで記憶だけ。それは間違いない。
転送された時点で今も再構築されるんじゃね？オカリンはリーディングシュタイナーでそれと同じような現象に遭遇したわけっしょ？
D メールの場合はそれで納得できた。あれは過去にメールで干渉する行為だというのが明確だったからな。しかしタイムリープは自分の記憶を過去へ送り込む行為であり、干渉するかしないかは明確にしていない。未来の記憶を思い出した1時間前の俺が因果に干渉するのかしないのかはその状況になってみなければわからないはず。
頭がこんがらがってきたお。なんかもう宗教の分野じゃね？
待って。あんたたちは勘違いしてる。
I'm leaving on that cliffhanger where I go to the bathroom. It's been too many freaking hours. Oh. And I need to stretch my legs. Just for the sake of my body. Oh, that was too many hours. It was like 4 hours. Bathroom. Oh, God. I needed that little walk. That was perfect. Should be nearing the end of the chapter or something. We should be getting to that kind of point here. I say that, and I'll probably be here like another 2 hours, but... Let's see. Now, hold on. We're missing something important.
人格と意識は1時間前の岡部も今の岡部も何も変わらない。
Okay.
1時間分の記憶を持ってるか持ってないか。違いはそれだけよ。
そうなのか。
絶対とは言い切れないけど、何しろ誰
I'm not cutting Kurisu off.
絶対とは言い切れないけど、何しろ誰も試したことはないんだから。
Okay, I'm satisfied. This discussion's going nowhere. Personality and consciousness can't be strictly defined, so it's hard to imagine what might happen.
結局どっち？
だからわからないの。ここでどれだけうだうだ議論したって全ては予測止まりなんだから。この実験は人類のこれまでの既成概念を崩壊させるものになるかもね。
We won't know until we try. That pretty much sums it up. This is our limit as scientists.
ねえねえ、マユシーはね、難しいことはよくわかんないけど、例えばね、マユシーの買ってきたバナナをタイムリープさせるのはどうかな。
まゆりったらバナナには人間みたいに脳はないでしょ。
That's a... I'm screenshot that.
あ、そっか。それじゃあダメだね。
Mayuri never changes. The atmosphere in the room gets a little more relaxed.
実験はタイムリープマシンはしかるべき研究機関に託そう。そして世間に公表する。
I hear no objections from Kurisu or Daru. No one has touched the time leap machine since that discussion. We're all tempted by the idea of becoming humanity's first time leapers. Yet the fear of what would happen won out in the end. Perhaps as a way to forget our fears and move on, we decide to hold a celebration to mark the completion of the device. I have Daru order pizza while Kurisu and I go shopping for snacks. After we finish shopping, Kurisu and I walk along the evening streets.
不満か？
不満？
実験をしなかったことについて。
まさか。人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。ハイデガーの言葉よ。あんたが実験はしないと決めてくれたとき、私はむしろほっとした。誰か止める人がいてくれなかったら、私は歯止めが効かなくなってたかもしれない。だから、ありがとう。
Excuse me? Is this gratitude? Does she have a fever? That's funny. That's funny. I try placing a hand on her forehead just to make sure, and she stiffens up.
おい、何してる？
熱があるせいで助手らしいことを言い出したのかと思ってな。
She swats my hand away.
別にあんたに感謝してるわけじゃないからな。
Her voice is louder than it should be, and several people glance at us.
とにかく形式的にお礼を言っただけだから、勘違いしないで。
勘違いなどするものか。俺は当然のことをしたまでだからな。ラボメンナンバー001であり、ラボの創立者であるこの俺、法王院京馬が最も優先するのはラボメンを危険から守ること。だからお前は感謝する必要はない。
世界に混沌をもたらすとか言ってるくせに。
ラボメンは俺の味方であり、世界は俺の敵である。
呆れて言葉も出ない。あんたって独善的すぎ。
言葉なら出ているではないか。
揚げ足取るな。
Part-time warrior. Don't forget what Tider said. That's freaky. I know, what a message there. Don't argue semantics. It's only been 2 weeks since Chris and I met, and yet it already feels natural for us to be walking together, exchanging banter like this. I admit that her knowledge and skills are impressive. It'd be nice if she could stay at the lab full time, but she already said she's headed back to America this month. That said, it's already the 13th. When exactly does she intend to leave?
そういえば、飛行機のチケット取るの忘れてた。
That was her answer when I asked about it.
電話レンジの改良に夢中になりすぎてた。
タイムリープマシンを公表すれば世間は大騒ぎになる。セルン告発もしなければならない。帰ることはできなくなるぞ。
あ、そうか。となるとママに電話しておかないと。
Looks like things are going to get busy. Naturally, I want Kurisu to stay with us to the end. Oh, that's cute. Alright. Let's see. A little bit after he returns to the lab, Mayuri gets back. Why does that feel like there should be more there? Am I imagining things again? I need to double check this. That for some reason felt way shorter than it should have been. And I don't know if I'm just imagining things. Yeah, we're just missing more lines. Like she mentions, like she keeps, stealing glances at me. Like that's interesting. Like that was cut way too short. Part of it's still there, but yeah, some of the just the little characterization again is still removed. We're missing the line of basing of Darwar here. If you say he'd get all excited and say it real tsundere. We're missing a little more description of Kurisu. Kurisu blushes and hangs her head. Her voice is louder than it should be. Yeah, we're just missing. I don't know. God, it's such a shame to remove those lines. Anyways, thank you. That thank you was a formality. Okay, that's the same. Future Gadget Lab, my first priority. Who are my allies? The world is my enemy.
呆れて言葉も出ない。あんたって独善的すぎ。
Self-righteous. I'm curious because that felt so,
揚げ足取るな。
I don't know, abrupt, and maybe that's how it was originally. It's been 2 weeks since Chris and I met. That's the same. It already feels natural to be walking together, exchanging banter like this. Perhaps pooling our efforts to create something new, dangerous though it might be, has brought us closer together. Yeah, we're missing this line. Perhaps pooling our efforts to get... Yeah, why... Let's look at this here. Yeah, it just feels like, just like missing some lines. Yeah, it's bugging me. Because it's just, again, another nice little line that adds to the dynamic, and it just kind of removed. Yeah, it already feels natural for us to be talking like this. Let's see where that line would have been. Exchanging banter like this. I admit that her knowledge is... Yeah, we're just missing this line of perhaps pulling our efforts together. The next line should be, I admit that her knowledge is impressive or something. It should be something like that. Should it be? Is that, am I correct? Yep, I admit that her knowledge is impressive. Again, what is wrong with that line beforehand? That was a nice... what was the point of removing that? There's so many instances of just random lines being cut that like help build the bond between the two. And like, sure, this is all like, fine, but I guess to me it just was so good. Because they describe it so much more. Yeah, the line of, I admit that our skills and everything are impressive. Let's see what else is cut. Or see, like, what else is, removed here, or what's, like, added or removed. Like, it'd be nice if she could stay the lab full time. Just going back to America this month's July 13th, so when she has plans to return. Those two lines are together, or I guess in the original game it's all one line, yet here's two. That's not a big deal. I guess I could show that because it's literally just one line. See what comes up after that. It's weird how quick that came up. I decided to ask her. It's about the plane ticket. Yep, the plane ticket. Okay. That was her answer when I asked about it. Okay, that's essentially the same. Got too caught up in improving the phone wave. Okay, that's the same. Yeah, still same. I mean, the phrasing's slightly different, but I'm not going to rip it apart that much here. So the next one will be like, whatever the hell Okabe says here, going public with a time machine will send the world into an uproar. That should still probably be there. Yep, Okabe says the same thing here. I thought there was more. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'll eat my words. I'm totally fine with that. I guess you're right. I should call Mom and let her know. And then we cut to. Let's see if it cuts the same way. Maybe it's the same. Looks like things are going to get busy. Naturally, I want Kurisu to stay with us to the end. That should be the next line. Naturally, I want Kurisu to stay with us to the end. A little bit after we return. That should be the next line. Something about Mayuri. Like it cuts a little bit after we return to live. Mayuri gets back. And I think that's it. Yep, that's it. So it does cut the same way. See, I think where I'm probably getting it confused is because the anime essentially expands on this a little further and like how they banter back and forth like this. And this is how like the scene ends. It's a little more cuter. Let me see where the visual novel is like. Yeah, he should call her mom, let her know. Going public with a time leap machine. So this section is essentially where the dialogue ends, and this is kind of where touches her forehead. So this is what I'm thinking of, that there was more beyond it.
And I'm forced to conclude you've been stricken with some kind.
Wait, hold on. You. Ow, what are you doing?
So out of character all of a sudden, I'm forced to conclude you've been stricken with some kind of fever.
What? Look, it's not like I was serious or anything. I was just trying to avoid an awkward situation by being courteous.
Liar.
That's cute.
Liar pants on fire.
What is your problem? How the hell do you expect a girl to act when you keep flying off the handle and then you babble about keeping in touch like you care? Stop throwing me curveballs!
I'm sorry, which one of us is supposed to be flying off the handle? Don't make this more complicated than it is already. You're my assistant.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There was so much more. Because I thought there was more See, I'm confusing with the anime. That's my fault. Though, again, the scene is good. It's fine. I do really, really like the anime. Again, just adds just a little bit more with just the fact that Okabe is essentially saying for, like, the second time that he'll be there for, like, for her protection against, like, her dad and such.
No. Dad's going to find out I made a time machine. I don't even want to imagine the kind of temper tantrum he's going to pitch. It'll probably be a big enough deal that we'll have to put Aomori on the back burner for a while at least.
Yeah, his reply, like this, once again, just nicely expands on what was there. I think it's just such a great little line of dialogue. It's just, the anime always constantly keeps doing stuff like this, even though the time is cut. It's like so much. The things it does include, the things it adds onto these little scenes, is really, really endearing.
I wouldn't worry too much. As a lab member, you are entitled to my protection in times of impending crisis.
And that just warms her up so much just because Okabe essentially for the second time here is saying, like, you know, he'll be there for her protection against her dad, and being there for her, like, that melts her heart so much, and then she plays into it a little more with how she reacts to it about, yeah. This is why, this I mean, it's all new, the anime itself, but yeah, this is probably where I was thinking of there was so much more.
Oh, sure I am. Provided I submit to your evil will, right?
Provided that you keep in contact.
Well, I mean, sure.
And this what prompts to him thinking she has some kind of fever. I think here is more cuter in how he does it, and like how this reaction kind of comes about. And then Okabe kind of realizes, oh, I kind of inadvertently just said I want you to to text me. And then they both kind of awkwardly stare. Okabe just like drops his bag and thinks that she has some kind of fever and that she's so out of character. It's really, really cute. And I think, again, I think the anime just handles this little interaction, I think, even stronger than the visual novel. Not that there's really anything wrong with it. Even in Reboot, there's really nothing wrong because there's very little lines that are cut. I've seen way worse, but... yeah, I guess I just thought there was more, because I'm thinking of that interaction. That's probably where I was getting it so confused. But yeah, I think it's another case of just, I just like the anime's interpretation of that a little bit better. I really like that interaction. I just think it's just a lot cuter. How he goes to her, you know, forehead makes a little more sense. I don't know. I'm probably starting to get sleep deprived, so I think I need to keep on going here before I fall apart. Suzuha's with her. Apparently Mayuri had invited her, since she was ultimately a major contributor to the Time Link Machine's completion. Daru ordered 3 pizzas. In fact, he's already eating them. Damn you, Daru learned some self-control. Just like that, the party we had a few days ago to cheer up Suzuha. Wow, I can't talk, wow. It's just like the party we had a few days ago to cheer up Suzuha.
誰お前なぜこの前と全く同じ種類のピザを注文したのだ
ズバリ僕の好みだお
The Bronze workshop's closed. I confirmed with Suzuha that the 42-inch CRTV was turned off, so there's no need to fear any malfunction from the Time Link machine. A heavy sigh escapes my throat. I realize that I've been tense and nervous since the Time Link machine was completed. Now I can finally relax. Hold on, I think there's something more that the anime added too. Not just with this, but I think when they're out shopping. Did this happen beforehand? Yeah, this never existed before. Of how the two are interacting when they're shopping increase. Again, this is just another such a nice layer because I guess the visual novel does elaborate on this point that she just kind of throws food together. But I do think the anime just adds more to this concept of she just throws food together because she's just so in love with experimenting. She'll just do it with like anything just for the hell of it. So she'll even just throw random foods together. And we have this whole like interaction, which is cute. Again, just them shopping and just getting stuff, and the banter. Again, it's just so electric to me and so captivating just because they just bounce off each other so well.
Perfection.
It's me.
You got to loosen up and learn how to make your own. Thanks. Those are basically boxes of.
Red salad's designed to save a busy woman like you the
No
trouble.
thanks. Those are basically boxes of foliage. You seriously got to loosen up and learn how to make your own fun sometime. I swear. Ah, cilantro. Perfection.
It's me.
Just even how giddy she is over just throwing random food together. It's cute. Again, it's a new addition. But even when like Okabe is just joking and being like on the phone, like clearly it's just him being a lot more loosened up. Both are just so relaxed here. It's really nice to see.
Checkmate. Backup requested to keep her out of the kitchen.
I can't believe you're joking around. I gotta say, I didn't think you'd be taking this all so well. I'm kinda surprised. I thought you'd be climbing the walls to leap through time once we figured out the mechanics.
That bother you?
It is what it is.
Even just her reaching for the Dr. Pepper and it's just such a Creasy-like thing to not, like, I don't know, I guess it just kind of paints the picture. Like, she doesn't want to even ask for help to get the drink. She'll just kind of stand on her tippy toes to get it. And also just another instance of just her liking the drink so much. It's cute. The interaction's great. A nice addition. Just a nice added scene of them just shopping was just entertaining. Just how they bounce off each other. I really like that. It's another nice addition. I don't know. I cannot ever get enough of how they just interact together. So, yeah. I mean, obviously that's not in the visual novel, so a reboot's not gonna recreate that or anything. I'm just saying it's just another nice little like interaction, and it just adds to the idea that she just experiments on like even food, and even just how she explains. You know, like Okabe's like, you could just get salad here or this, save you some trouble, and she's just like, nah, I'm not doing that. She has way more fun just kind of throwing stuff together just to see what happens. It's another really nice layer because it just builds upon what the original already had. Just, I guess, seeing more of that little character quirk of hers. It's a great moment. I'm sure this is gonna probably do it here too, because this is, I don't know, we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna be here all freaking. I've literally been here all night. A heavy sigh escapes my throat. I realize I've been tense and nervous the whole time. Whole nervous since the time limit machine was completed. Now I can finally relax.
おかりんおかりん。フェリスちゃんやルカちゃんにもね、声をかけたんだけど、今日は無理って言われちゃった。
そうか。何か用事でもあったのか？
フェリスちゃんは今日はライネットの大会。
しまった、応援行きそびれた。なんという不覚。
あとね、ルカちゃんはなんだか恥ずかしそうにしてたよ。
ここに来たらまたマユリのコスを着させられるって思ったんじゃない？
コスプレの件か？もしかしてまだ説得できていないのか？
That was then what was the point of completing the costume?
恥ずかしいんだって。可愛いは正義なのに。
可愛いは正義ってそんな言葉が流行ってるんだ。
クリスちゃんもね、可愛いよね。
Oh God, stop! My heart can't handle this. It's too cute.
え
？That's... Oh my God.
ねえねえ、今度のコミマに出てみない？新作は無理だけどね、去年作ったブラチューのセーラ覚醒後バージョンコスがあるんだ。多分ね、サイズはクリスちゃんにちょうど合うと思うし。
私がコスプレか。ちょっと興味ある。
Hello. She's sort of interested. I like that. She could have fooled us before, pretending to have no interest in otaku culture.
でも私も人前に出るのはお断りだから。
That's cute. That's adorable.
着るだけでいいよ。でもね、そのうちみんなに見てもらいたくなるよ。コスプレにはそうさせる魔物さんが住んでるんだ。
A cosplay demon.
そういえばクリスちゃんっていつも可愛い制服着てるよね。でもこんな制服都内にあったっけ？
ああ、これ2週間だけアヤメインに逆留学みたいなことしてたんだけど、そこの制服を改造してきてるの。
What is Ami whatever that means. What is that? It's a woman's academy, a private school for girls. neighborhood of Tokyo, an academic powerhouse. Amiens is a popular destination for foreign exchange students. I modeled this uniform, or this outfit, after their uniform. Hey, we got the lore. I mean, this is from the original too, but it's cool to kind of, in the same way like the original, it's cool to kind of get the origin of where she even got this outfit from, and where it even came from.
わあ、アヤメインなんだ。あそこの制服もともと可愛いもんね。でもクリスちゃんの改造センスはね、すごくいいかも。明日コス持ってくるね。そしたら試着してくれる？
ええ、いいわよ。
Oh my goodness, she said sure. That's surprising. Looks like Kurisu approves of the cuteness is justice philosophy.
やめといた方がいいんじゃないかな。マキセ・クリスを信じると痛い目に遭うよ。
それどういう意味？この前から思ってたんだけど、私あなたに何かした？
直接は何も。でも私君のしたこと全部知ってるんだよね。
何よ、私がしたことって。後ろめたいことは何もしてない。
だろうね。でも私知ってるんだから。君の本質ってのをさ。
へえ、すごい。私の心の中を覗いたんだ。画期的な発明だから、その独身装置見せてもらっていい？
装置なんてないよ。強いて言うなら予言。
つまり言いがかりってことか。
事実だってば。
Uh-oh, we've got a situation here.
おかり、二人を止めて。
この場を丸く収められるのはこのフェア隠居魔しかいないようだな。二人ともここは引け。この勝負フェア隠居魔が預かる。
They both glare at me. Although I'm afraid for my life, I harden my resolve. The mission must succeed.
助手よ、俺はお前をそのように育てた覚えはないぞ。
育てられた覚えもない。
マッドサイエンティストを目指す上で最も必要なことを教えてやろう。すなわち表面は熱く奥底では冷たく。
聞いてない。なるつもりもない。
バイト戦士よ、お前がラグナロックにおいて戦うべきはセルンのはずだ。
岡部倫太郎には忠告したよね。マキセ・クリスには気をつけてって。
Going to mention that here? Now?
へえ。どういうことよ、岡部。
ふはふははは。お前たちどちらも引くつもりはないようだな。ならば好きなだけやり合うがいい。戦って戦って戦い抜いて、その後河原で握手して友情を芽生えさせるがいい。だがな、将来社会に出る時のためにこれだけは自覚しておけ。お前たちは二人とも空気が読めない。
うるさい。もう二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。仲良くしようよ。
In the end, Mayuri quells the bubbling brawl, or the budding brawl. Wow. Oh man, we didn't even get the CG. Like that's a great freaking CG. We missed it. And again, the banter felt way too freaking quick. Yeah, we're missing this. Where is this? That's an awesome freaking visual. And we just lost it. Why? If you're gonna add new CGs, don't take some of them away. It's a really good shot. I would probably maybe say change Suzuha to be more angry so she's not like happy to match Kurisu's like, you know, attitude. Maybe that's the only change, but I mean other than that, I mean it would have been great to see that kept in. But it does go over it's paced like the anime, oddly enough, with how short that is, which I don't understand because it's a visual novel. You don't have to pace it like the end. It's weird. I don't get that. Sometimes it does that. It confuses me. And we get more descriptions again, like naturally my strong will system isn't one back down. Yeah, it just goes on a lot longer. I think it's a good moment. Yeah, it's just another instance of it just being cut down. They really don't want to treat this as much of anything. I mean, maybe it's because it doesn't really ever go anywhere, but still, I liked it. Hold on. Looks like neither are willing to go back to... Yeah, this is all the same. Yeah, just a couple of lines that are cut. I don't know why exactly. But yeah, point. I mean, they missed the CG. I just breaks my heart. We didn't even get the CG for it. That would have been really great. Oh, man. But this area is different. This is... I think this is the location that the enemies kind of... Or this is referencing the enemy in terms of location. But yeah. Myri's words managed to claim the two combatants down, or to calm the two combatants down, but the air still prickled with tension. I made my way to the rooftop for a breather. Myri comes to me with future gadget number 6, the Silemoon Saber in hand. Oh my god, I butchered that. The glowing blade emits a quiet hum as she waves it in my way. Waves it my way, I am really falling apart. Perhaps she means to scare me, but there's nothing particularly threatening about it.
なんだかね、ここ何週間かですごく賑やかになったね。
ああ、確かに。
I established the Future Gadget Laboratory around the time I entered college. It was the first step in my plan to bring chaos into the world. That was around the middle of March this year, which means it's almost been 5 months. A mere 2 weeks into the lab's founding, Myri started using the place as a hangout spot and officially joined. After Golden Week, Daru finally succumbed to my pestering and joined too, but before that, it was just Myri and me. So, yeah, for a couple months, it was just those two. This location on the outskirts of Akiba has always been quiet. Myri wasn't like Kurisu. There was no arguing, nor was she like Daru. No stupid jokes. So back then the lab was quiet, relaxing even. It was quite a pleasant place to be. And now the lab mem count has increased to 8. It happened in a blink of an eye, or so it seems. Even Lukica makes a point to stop by now and then, though not today. And though May Queen no longer exists, I'd been a regular there long enough to know Ferris to single me out. I remember feeling out of place the first time I came to Akiba, but now it's like a second home.
楽しいね。ラボ面が8人に増えたでしょ。ちょっと狭くなってきたなーってマユシーは思うんだ。まずね、椅子が足りないのです。買ってこなくちゃだよ。オカリンはお金ある？
椅子を買うと貯金が底をつく。
Then I need to get a part-time job again.
じゃあ マユシーのバイト代もちょっと出していいよ。あとはね、電子レンジ。新しいの買わないと、ジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンが温められないよ。
ああ、それはすまん。
Cutting off Mayuri's chicken supply might actually kill her.
だがマユリ、タイムリープマシンを譲渡して謝礼をもらえば問題は全て解決する。
椅子と電子レンジの代金とちょっぴり上がっちゃったお家賃を払えるぐらいはもらえるかな。
もらえるさ。もっともらえる。
そうなんだ。よかったね、オカリ。
なぜそんなに嬉しそうなんだ？
だってお友達たくさんできたもん。ダルくんでしょ、クリスちゃんでしょ、ルカちゃんでしょ、すずさん、萌香さん、フェリスちゃん、店長さん、ナエちゃん、他にも。春の頃はオカリンはとっても寂しそうだったけど、もう大丈夫だね。マユシーが人質じゃなくても。
Oh. That's an interesting line to think about. That's so sweet.
それはどういう？
That went by too damn quick again. What do you mean? I tried to ask, but before I can finish, the doors to the rooftop burst open.
あ、オカリン、いたいた。
Daru stumbles in, a flustered look on his face. I follow after him, only to find Kurisu and Suzuha looking at the TV with grim expressions.
爆破テロ予告だって。
Terrorist threat. I look at the news program. The ticker reads service suspended in Yamote line, Chusobu line, and Keikitoku line due to bomb threat.
これさ、全部秋葉原駅通ってるんだよね。マユシ帰れないんじゃね？
Ugh, I don't like the fact that they literally have the text over the kanji. It almost kind of makes it look messy. And I think in the original it was just a shot of a TV, which was better just because it wasn't obstructing this. Ugh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
本当だ。うちに電話しなくちゃ。
I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Only the lines passing through Akihabara were suspended, as if that were the target.
岡部倫太郎、一つ聞かせて。タイムリープマシンは完成してるんだよね。
は？おう。
そっか。私、用事思い出したからちょっと出かけてくる。
Suzuha speaks briskly and leaves the lab without another word.
何なの彼女。
Something's wrong. Suzuha's acting strange. Is it related to the bomb threat? Why did she just ask about the timely machine? Something occurs to me. The two threatening emails are received. Who sent them? And there's more. It all hits me like a flashback. Words and images flash through my head. CERN, the LHC, Jellyman, the Z program, government secrets, the organization, the Committee of 300.
私たち、ひょっとすると、とんでもないものを作っちゃったかもしれない。
Taken separately, each of these elements was insignificant, but I consider them part of a single line. They all point to one inescapable truth. We've crossed the point of no return. Fear seizes my heart in an icy grip. I can feel anxiety eating at my brain. Should we run? Get out while we still can? Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's doing anything. What should we do? It's okay. I'm just being paranoid. It's all a coincidence. Tomorrow we'll get rid of the time leap machine. Then we can forget about all that has happened. Pretend that it was just a dream. We never invented a time machine. I don't need money. As long as we can forget about today and welcome tomorrow. We'll be okay, won't we? I hear sirens wailing a few streets away. Ooh, that's a good detail. The original didn't have that. That's, ooh, good visual. Or at least good audio. The bomb threat has Akiba in an uproar. Yet here, it's quiet. This lab and the surrounding area are so quiet. When I turn back around to Mayuri, she's staring at her pocket watch with a look of worry. Next thing I know, the door slams open. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are so fast, too disciplined, too trained. The next thing I know, I have a gun pointed at me. It all happens so fast, no one has time to scream. The men are all armed. Not just with handguns, some carry assault rifles. In Tokyo of all places, in Akiba, an AK-47?
動くな。全員両手を上げろ。
What is this? Are we on some candid camera? My mind races for some sort of positive justification. Then I hear a new sound coming from outside. The sounds of boots on the ground. I hear it right outside. The sound of a woman scaling the stairs. The stomp of those boots draw closer until the source reveals itself. Ooh, that's a new CG too. Holy shit. Holy shit. LabMem 005. Moeka. She's their leader. The least imposing woman I've ever met.
萌香さん。
タイムマシーンを回収させてもらう。
I freaking cut.
萌香さん。これって。
Oh, poor Mayuri. That sounds so sad. Her voice is low and muttery as usual. It's so out of place amidst this madness. Part of me wants to laugh at the absurdity, but I can't bring myself to. My heart's pounding hard enough to drown everything else out. My mouth is bone dry. I can't laugh this off as nonsense, can I? All I can do is stand there, hands raised.
牧瀬グディス、岡部倫太郎、橋田至、3名については我々と一緒に来てもらう。
I don't understand what the hell is going on here. Why her? Why Kiryu Moeka?
どういうことだ。
答えられない。
冗談だろう。
あなたたちに答える必要はない。という意味、抵抗は許されない。とにかく来て。
どこへだ。
She doesn't intend to answer that either. They're dangerous. They're all dangerous. The guns with them are proof enough. We're not dealing with conventional logic. If I go with them, I'm not sure I'll ever come back. If I try to refuse them, but my voice cracks. My eyes can't stop zeroing in on the muzzles of their weapons.
理由と行き先を教えてもらわない限り。
拒否することは認めない。あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。
It was then they sent the bomb threat. They stopped the trains. Why all of this? Just to stop us from getting away? Why go this far?
手荒な真似はしたくない。3人とも一緒に来て。
なんで3人なの？
I suddenly realized that she hasn't listed Mayuri among us.
何を聞かれても 答えるつもりはない。あなたたちはただついてくればいい。
The argument's circular. It's just a drawn-out standoff.
オカリン、とりあえず言うこと聞いとくべきじゃね。
だが目的を言ってもらわないと。
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I feel disassociated, like my mind's floating above my body. Like I'm looking down on a dream I can't wake up from. Like I'm not in reality at all.
ねえ、萌香さんはラボメン仲間だよね。
Moeka responds by raising her gun.
一緒に来てもらうのはあなたたちの口を封じるため。
Silence us.
それは拒否しても変わらない。
Does that mean she plans to kill us?
一体誰の差し金だ。お前たち何者なんだ。
私たちはセルンの。
CERN?
M4 口を慎め。
CERN. Right, of course, it's CERN.
3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上拒否するなら嫌でも生きたくなるようにするから。
Moeka's hand, the one holding her pistol, slowly moves. She points the muzzle at... Oh shit. Holy shit. Mayuri. In an instant, my blood runs cold. I go pale.
椎名真由里は必要ない。
よせ。
Someone, anyone, please stop her. Stop Moeka. Oh god, they even, it's one run-on sentence. I like that.
セルのために、不憫のために、セルのために、不憫。
No. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Oh my god! Everything moves in slow motion. The raging flow of time grows gentle. I see the pistol in Moeka's hand. I see her pull the trigger. I hear the crack, and I see the blood bloom from Mayuri's forehead. I watch her body crumple to the ground. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose, soon followed by the reek of blood. Jesus. Oh my fucking Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
What?
Oh my god. She's dead. Mayuri is dead. She's not moving, not a muscle.
もう一度言う。3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上の警告はしない。抵抗するならあなたたちも殺す。
I can still hear them. I can hear their voices, but I can't make out their words at all. What is this? What the hell is this? Is it some kind of joke? Some kind of prank? Candid camera? We may have created a monster here. That has to be a lie. This isn't happening, right? It's a lie. It's not real. 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 It's not. Oh my god. Poor Okume. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I lunge forward to try to tackle Moeka. At the same moment, Suzuha bursts into the room and takes down the attacker closest to the entrance in a single strike. She dives low beneath another man and brings her elbow jutting up with blunt force. The gunman swings their rifles in her direction, but she tosses the unconscious man right at them. She doesn't miss a beat, sliding across the floor and sweeping another man down. As he falls, she smashes her knee into his face.
こいつ。
One of the standing men raises his gun, but Suzuha's faster. She snatches a pistol from one of her victims and pulls it down. Damn. Jesus Christ, blood sprays from his hand. In one fluid motion, she prances forward and savagely kicks her target in the chin as if striking a football.
そこまでよ。
That's a good visual. Holy, that's a good one. Good visual. That's fucking badass. Enough. Despite having just taken down 5 burly men, Suzuha finds Moeka's pistol thrust into her face. Suzuha responds in kind, pointing her pistol right at Moeka's throat. God damn, it's like a freaking standoff. Holy shit. God damn. The two women remain at a deadlock. Silence falls. Ooh, that's a good one. Good visual. Who are you?
42
Oh, holy. Okay, 42. Suzuha looks over at me.
テレビ
TV
点灯済み
turned on.
何を
From nearby, Kurisu bolts into the development room. She gets it.
動くなそれはこっちのセリフ
That's when it hits me. 42 TV turned on. She's talking about the 42-inch CRT TV downstairs. I pick up future gadget number 4, Moed Snake, and pull the pin. White smoke instantly fills the room. A haze of smoke fills the room. I follow after Kurisu. She's standing there with a time leap machine.
俺が飛ぶ。
でももし失敗したら
俺がマユリを助ける。
Yeah, there's a chance it'll fail. But I can't not do it. I slip the headgear on.
殺せ使わせるな
Oh my god, they fucking they fucking shot her. A whoosh of crimson sprays out from Kurisu's side. She stumbles. Holy shit, this is just like the fucking anime. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god.
クリス。
岡部本当にいいのタイムリープしてもいいのね
やれクリス。マシンを動かせ。
I see a blue light shining through the smoke. The discharge phenomenon is active. The blue light wave shines brighter. The floor itself shakes. The ring singularity is open. Wait for me, Meyer. I'll cross through time to save you. So please wait for me. Leap my memories. Leap to the past. Jesus Christ. Ooh. Oh. That's different. Chapter 5 clear. Holy Christ almighty. What a fucking finale for the chapter. That was pretty damn good. That felt pretty good.
マユリ。
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, where do I even begin? Not just in the fact that was actually a lot closer to the anime I was kind of expecting, but I mean, the anime was really fucking iconic with this moment and how it activated. Even Mayuri talking about the clock, her watch beforehand, that was fucking intense. Even, I think in the original, I don't think it ever elaborated that Kurisu got shot, at least in the visual novel. Obviously in the anime it does. But, holy fuck, that was, that was pretty intense. This is the fucking moment. This is the moment where the game flips and turns kind of almost into a thriller. Like, just the big twist, or the big tone flip. It is, I would deem, kind of iconic for this game, and when it hits that moment. And it is, I didn't expect the Okabe section there too. That was, it's funny because it's pretty close to what the anime shot kind of like did, so it's funny that they're referencing it. But that was, what a fucking finale to that chapter. Damn. Yeah, that was a case where that might be better than the original in terms of just pacing, where it's drawn out. All the actual little things that was, I don't know if I'm probably speaking out of pocket because I'm coming off of such a high there, but that was intense as fuck. Jesus Christ. Let's go into it, because this the beginning of chapter 6 is just as massive and hugely important. So I want to at least get to that, and then I'll stop.
Mayuri.
No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. We're in a cemetery. The grave in front of us belongs to Mayuri's grandmother. Mayuri's parents were always busy with work, so her grandmother was her only companion. But she passed away that spring. Mayuri was only 11 years old. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me too. At the wake, I thought Mayuri would be crying her eyes out, but she didn't shed a single tear. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. After that, I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I had no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. Every day, rain or shine, she would visit the grave. And she would stand there staring at the sky without saying a word, as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. In her hands, an old pocket watch. A vintage item unsuited for a young-looking girl like Mayuri. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting the grave.
Mayuri.
Back then, I think Mayuri was suffering from asphyxia. Probably said that wrong. But yeah. She wouldn't talk to anyone, not me, not even her parents. Whenever she visited the cemetery, I felt unease grip my heart. Mayuri would just stand there among the dead, staring blankly into the sky. Watching her made me feel like she might suddenly float off the ground and be whisked away to join her grandmother in heaven. Her gaze was so earnest, her ritual so pure, that it seemed like a real possibility. And so, to ensure that nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I would stand next to the stargazing Mayuri and call her name.
Mayuri.
The only sound in the lonely cemetery was the echo of my voice calling her name. It was raining that day too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast to the umbrella's color, the sky was glazed gray, covering clouds. Rays of light shone through gaps in the clouds. A stunningly beautiful sight. Rembrandt rays, also known as Angel's Ladder. Even if you're not religious, the beauty of these sights is fairly compelling evidence of a higher power. Suddenly, a strong wind swept up through the cemetery. It caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it into the sky. But Mayuri just kept staring, paying no mind to the umbrella, captivated by sky above her. She stretched her hand out to the sky, as if to grasp the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. To me, it looked like as if she were floating up towards heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. I realized how embarrassing the words coming from my own mouth were.
Mayuri wa ore no hitoshitsu da. Jinzai jikken no ikenee nan da.
It was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Mayuri and I were fans of a popular TV series about costumed heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now I was doing it to hide my embarrassment.
どこにも逃がさないからな。
And then, as I said this, I realized my Mayuri was shaking.
そっか。
It was the first time in 6 months that I heard her speak.
マユシは人質なんだね。じゃあしょうがないね。
I have so many thoughts because that unpacks everything. Why Okabe is Holy Kyomo, why he does the persona. It was to keep Mayuri from not losing her. So that's why he embodied that persona. Taking something that seemed absurd and ridiculous is something really heartwarming. Was such a twist and such a reveal that it recontextualized all the dumb little antics he would do, because it was basically for her sake to keep her sane and to not lose her like that. And it did work because it broke her out of the silence that she was in for all those months. So that's why he did it. And I thought that's such a absolutely wonderful scene. And it just makes a lot of sense for why he is the way he is. It just takes a concept that seems that for probably the first half of the game you find it like ridiculous and silly, but when you get to this point and when you go back and rewatch it, it's more endearing for why he does it. Now it does kind of like envelop him as like a person, like probably too far, but it was all just for Mayuri's sake to make her feel better and to get her out of that emotional just rut and despair that she was in, and he was able to bring her out of it. So that's so fucking wholesome. I loved it so much because it doesn't make it. Because it's not just something stupid that doesn't mean anything. It means something, and I so much appreciated that and what what Mayuri meant to him, and even just why Okabe is in general just a little more kinder to Mayuri and doesn't really go as wild like he does with Kurisu. But that's a completely different reason. But it is such a scene. I loved it so much. It's just unpacks everything with Okabe and why he is that way. All the antics, all the dumb stuff. And just to hide his feelings, essentially. And his embarrassment. And it's a great moment. That also could probably recontextualize everything with how he talked with Kurisu as well. Just when he goes into that persona, because it's to hide his embarrassment of his feelings. And then just the idea that he did that. And it probably risked any chance of even having friends just because that persona was just so bizarre to everyone else. Everyone else but Mayuri gets what that means. So he essentially sacrificed any chance of probably garnering friends in a normal fashion just for Mayuri's sake. Is another layer to it that's kind of insane to think about, because Okabe didn't have anybody else but Mayuri. So that means that he was willing to sacrifice how people looked at him for her sake, because he didn't really care. It's wild. It's a wild reveal. I loved it so much. That's why I can't really... Like, he could be a dumbass. Like, I'm not even going to really deny that, but understanding where that persona came from made sense to me. Or at least, it's a good justification. And why he did it. And it's such a great scene. Because now and just everything with this leg of the game turns into such a legendary run of just madness and sanity. Moeka, the build up to that, or the foreshadowing of that now you can really see where that all kind of comes together. I could pick apart, like, in the visual novel, Kurisu was the first one to grab the headset and was actually going to put it on, but Okabe kicks it off of her, which I thought was a great moment in the visual novel, just because or in the original, just because Kurisu was willing to put that risk and put it on herself over anything. Like, that was such a selfless moment coming from a character that literally didn't even want to change the past herself, or even at least do it because he was too scared, or just the idea of the risk of, well, she wouldn't even be able to remember stuff because she doesn't have the reading signer. So it was such a selfless thing, and even going into it without even knowing for sure if it was going to work. I know the visual novel, I always really liked that. But the pacing, this is the case where if you want to do the anime pacing where it's quicker, that has to be the moment here, because it's so tense, so chaotic. It needs that visceral energy, and I think it captured a really good job just flowing really fast. Like, that's where you make it feel quick paced. For everything that feels kind of rather slow paced and chill, it all built to that moment, to that scene, because it took its fucking time. It didn't just plow through the well, I guess the reboot still does that, but part of the original, like with the anime and even the visual novel, even here, even though it still cuts stuff, it's still fucking hit, because it still got a good reaction out of me. And maybe it's because I just have so much memories of the anime and the source material. I don't know, but I really liked it. I really fucking liked that. Shockingly, despite the grievances I've had. But I think it just goes to show how good the material is, even with the material being cut. Which I guess says a lot, but I really, really like that section. And it's just, you wouldn't get this type of reaction if you just, plowed through it, or, flew through it. Like, part of what made this hit so much is because you spent so much time with the characters. You spent so much time with Mayuri, Okabe, all of them. So when this moment hits this level of intensity, hell, even when Kurisu gets shot, like that's another horrifying thing to think about too, is Okabe literally just witnessed the two people he cared deeply just get murdered, or damn near murdered. Well, Kurisu didn't die, but like literally got shot. Like, that's a horrific sight alone. I don't know why they didn't do like a CG of Mocha pointing their gun at them all, because that was in the original. Like, why is that not there? That would have been a really great visual. I don't know why they didn't include it. So I know there's things I can pick apart that I can just pick off the top of my head in my distressed self, but that section and that beginning of chapter 6 was really good. I'm sure the original probably had a little more lines. I don't feel like looking at it right now. Maybe later or something I can look at it when I'm like more put together, because that building up to that moment, even still, that still got me pretty freaking good. And I loved it so much. I love that so much. It was such a great section. I'm actually surprised that even it did the animated stuff. I think even in the original visual novel, Okabe literally gets shot before this happens, or shot in the side of the head when he's lunging towards Moeka before Suzuha comes in. And also that moment here, I don't know, it's just, I don't know, that was all, it was pretty good. And that definitely felt faster paced compared to what the original visual novel did, where it definitely felt more slower. I thought I don't know, I'm sure the original, probably the performance, like Kurisu, was probably better. I don't know, that still got me. It still got me, embarrassingly, so I don't know. But I really liked that section. That hit me in the feels. And I don't know if that's because I'm thinking of the other material, but that was good. I really, really liked that section. And that's the start of, chapter 6. But yeah, the Okabe stuff, that's such a huge thing. This is why this is where like the game really turns into something special, because now it's going to start really, really paying off all the build up in the first half, all that progression, and it's just, ooh, man, that was awesome, so good. So I don't know what more to really say. I think I should probably just go to freaking bed or something at this point, because that was just way too many hours. But yeah, I'm looking forward to chapter 6 at some point. Whenever I get to it, I don't know. But I'm hoping soon, because this is where like shit goes fucking just off the rails. Even with Myri's shot, like that CG, that's definitely more reference to the anime in terms of the position of her head and stuff. The visual novel actually makes it more brutal because you literally get to see all of her face and the bullet, and the blood splatter. It's probably more grisly, but yeah, that still hit. That was still, even just, I don't know. Man, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go before I find more things to tangent on about. I love that chapter so much, or at least that moment. That's such a pivotal point in the game, pivotal point in anime. Like it really is just chaotic. It's just madness. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna give it a couple seconds and I'll leave, just so I'm not cutting myself off mid-sentence. Yeah. Hopefully I do chapter 6 tomorrow or at some point. I don't know. My sleep schedule's gonna be all messed up. So yeah, bye.